stand by. Stand by while I set up my laptop and things and shut off my alarms and my reminders and open up my eBay, my eBay stream. What's up, everybody? Hope your weekend went well. I can't believe it's Wednesday already. Good morning. Is that Palooks? It's hard to read the phone. I usually read the stream, so hold on. Let me load up my stream. 1 second. Oh, here we go. So yeah, it's March. It's not only Wednesday again, but it's March again. March. You know what that means here on the Whatnot. The last couple of years we've been doing March sketch cover madness, which actually runs into May. But vote for your favorite. Today's Wednesday, so it's black and white sketch day. You choose your favorite from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. I was messing around with my desk today, so it's like wobbling like crazy. I'm going to pan back, set my camera, and then I'm going to fix my drawing table. So hold on a second. Vote for your favorite. Don't forget to follow me here on Whatnot and follow me here on Instagram too. You might get a sneak preview of tomorrow's contest if you go to Instagram. I'm also on the Blue Sky. Give me 1 second. Let's see what happened to. I see my table. In order to get my table at a nice drawing angle, I kind of have the back legs up on some props, and the props fell over. So we're all set. Go for your favorite. Do it. Do it. I've assembled votes from Facebook and from Instagram and from Blue Sky. So you guys contribute your votes. It's actually very tight so far, but I want to see what the Whatnotters have to say, because I'd say these were all done on Whatnot. This one was. This one was, but I woke up fresh from a dream with this pose in my head. So I actually drew it here on Whatnot. This one belongs to Ainge, I think. And I forget. This one might have been done at a Denver convention. I could be wrong about that. So I think this is the last one. This is the cutoff. I think I did this a couple weeks ago. So anything that's been done since this piece is going into next year's March Madness. So this is round 1, black and white. We're going to do 8 of these. And believe it or not, I have 32 halfway decent drawings that are going to compete with each other. We're going to assemble the winners from each round. Winner of this round goes into the semifinals. We're going to have a round of semifinals. 2 groups of 4 are going to compete. And then finally, the winner of the one group will go against the winner of the other group. And we'll have a black and white winner. And then we'll do the same thing on Thursdays with the color pieces. So I actually have 64 drawings that I thought were worth looking at again and revisiting. And they also kind of serve like as a cool, kind of like a portfolio review, right? Like like if you haven't been to the show, if you haven't seen the stream in a long time, or if you've never been at all, you get to see some samples of my recent work. And you get to have a good time and vote for your favorite. And maybe one of these pieces will turn you on to getting a commission. So that's that. That's all my chat for right now. Let's see. Paluk's in the house says, good morning, good morning. Can I vote for all of them? I'm sorry, you can't vote for all of them. But they're all good, so you can't lose. Paluk says, number 3 is my fave. Number 3 is a fave of mine, too. I assembled a whole bunch of sketches from over the last year, and I picked because there's 8 rounds. I picked what I thought might be a first draft, and then I picked what I thought might be a second draft. You know what I mean? And I spread them out across 8 rounds, and then the rest I just randomly kind of scattered them in, and I randomly positioned my thoughts on what would be a first round and what would be a second round. So um, these are all randomly selected, randomly placed, no design sense, just the what do you call the when you pull the numbers out of hats, they're all randomly assigned to each round. So wait till you see the next few rounds too. Fun stuff. All of these are so flames. Thank you. Palooks. Palooks, is this one yours? I forget. It might be Johnny Pez might have bought that one. Actually, I think Johnny Pez bought this one too. And I'm going blind. I think I sold this at Denver Convention. I could be wrong about that. But Denver Convention, that's weird timing. I might have drawn it at Denver, but sold it later because Denver was more than a year ago. So only the pieces I did in the last year are in the contest. Whatever. Just vote for your favorite. So I drew a bunch of Spider Gwens yesterday, or last week, right? And I found a cool pose, which might be good for another Spider Gwen. I still have reference folders, magazine cutouts and stuff like that. So some cool climbing poses, like this one. This is so cool. You can see every muscle on this guy's shoulder. Hardcore. He's not kidding around. This is kind of the body type that maybe Spider-Man would have. This is a good one too. Look at that. Except rear shots, not everybody's favorite, right? I thought this was great. I might work with that one. I like how she definitely looks like she's climbing. And I love the perspective on this one. Freaking badass. I might do this one. Yeah, I might do that one today. This is also very cool. Look at that. Lanky, scrawny body. Very Spider-Man, in my opinion. Any Spider-Man versus Superman covers. They're on the horizon. 5D. I ordered about 10 of each. Spider-Man. What do you prefer? I know John at Riverbend, he told me there's Spider-Man versus Superman and there's Superman versus Spider-Man blanks. So I ordered both. Do you guys have a preference? Are the books out yet? 5D. He's got a couple pieces that are going to represent in the sketch cover madness. Palooks has got a couple, I think. The books are not out yet. Okay. Yes, so I ordered Spider-Man versus Superman. I ordered Superman versus Spider-Man. I ordered Marvel Team Up number 14. I ordered a couple of Absolute Batman blanks. I ordered they're doing sketch covers of The Dark Knight Returns, each of 4 issues. I think that's cool. I ordered about 10 of those. And I have feelers out for Spidey 1000. I like the action shown on the Spidey cover. This guy right here, yeah, that's a great pose. You don't see him in this pose that often from this angle. You do see a lot of shots where Spidey's kind of leaping with his legs up and his junk forward. Keep your eyes peeled for those poses if you haven't seen them. It's like that would be a pose I would never assume if I were Spider-Man, where you lean, you got your legs splayed back and your junk face forward. I would never do that. So this one's a little bit more protective. He's going at least butt forward. And his legs, he's got a leg out to protect a stray bullet or something. Oh, where was I? Did not sleep a lot today. Some of these you will see in the March sketch cover madness, and some of them are still available. Like this one, this one. You'll see this one in the sketch cover madness. You will not see this one because it was done the year prior. You're going to see this guy in the sketch cover madness. You won't see these guys because these are quite old and nobody digs on the 2099 villains. So that was done early in my career here on Whatnot. I started 3 years ago, just over 3 years ago. And I was just revisiting some of the villains that I created at Marvel. And so I thought I'd draw a couple of them. And those are, I sold 3 out of 5. So I've got 2 left. This is the 2099 character Travesty. I guess you should call him Travesty 2099, right? Everybody's 2099. And he's kind of like a Hulk slash genetic mutate. He's got Spidey 2099 in his clutches. And this is Pack Rat 2099. He's kind of like a Mad Max, like an urban warlord kind of character. This guy didn't make the cut because I did this after this. So this guy's available for sale, but you won't see him in sketch cover madness until next year. I think. I'm pretty sure he didn't make it. Although I wanted to put him in. He's so cool. He looks great. 5D says I have 2 of your sketches at CGC. Oh, good luck. Let us know how they come back, please. Yeah, it's still a 9-2. I won't work on a sketch cover that I don't think is a 9.2 or better. So there's some kind of stress going on this staple, but which I don't like, but that's the only problem. That's the only problem I see with this one. So I'll hang on to it. 5D says I will. Cool. So yeah, don't forget, quite a few of my sketches are also available here in the sketchbook, which you can buy in the bin, BIN, buy it now section. I'm trying to think if any of these are in this year's March sketch cover madness, but I think they're all the year previous. So you want some of the highlights of the previous year, you can buy this book. There's another Spidey villain. His name is Vlad the Impaler, Spidey 2099. I guess we call him Vlad the Impaler 2099. And there's the Man Spider 2099. Yeah, these all look like the previous year. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. I don't see anything that's in this year's. Wow, time flies. Okay, did a lot of drawing last year. Onward. So if I were going to do this kind of pose, it would be Spider-Man, right? Spidey or Venom? Let's do Spidey. I do take requests too. If you have a commission in mind, you want to grab something, check out items that begin with the prefix 100 in the bin. I've got a whole bunch of items in the bin, so your own personal commission options all begin with the prefix 100 in the bin. So you would scroll to the 100 section, and it's like a self-serve. 5D, did you vote? 5D, did you vote for your favorite? You got to vote for your favorite, man. Winner of the one who gets the most votes is the winner and moves on to the semifinals. I'm going to do 8 rounds of black and white, 8 rounds of color. It's goofy and it's free and it's fun. You're the best. No, you are. I just got my books yesterday. They're simply amazing. Paluxy ordered the 2 Spider Gwens, right? I'm glad to hear you got them intact. It's nice to hear. Trying to simulcast on eBay and not trigger the copyright warnings. So I've been trying to veer away from playing music. Yes, sir. 2 Gwens. We had 2 Gwens last week. Pair of twins. So I thought it might be cool to listen to a podcast on YouTube. This one is an interview with a guy named Jim Rugg, who I don't know too much about, and Steve Bissette, who I know a little bit about. He's a artist and writer, and he's the creator of an indie comic in the 90s called Tyrant. And I ordered copies directly from him of his Tyrant comics. And I've got them on my to read shelf, which is actually an entire bookshelf. I haven't read them yet, but I'm looking forward to it. So if you haven't heard of Steve Bissette, here's your chance to learn a little bit about Steve Bissette.
Who worked on a book called Alien Tribes and Tyrant, one of the most beautiful comic books ever created.
Wow.
I'm like every kid that grew up, period. I'm fascinated with dinosaurs. I always have been. And this comic book, Tyrant, is just a beautiful addition to the things that I used to love as a kid. Jurassic Park, or the books that I would get out of the library, or just even like the dinosaur cards and all this cool stuff. Tyrant is a masterpiece. So
wow,
you're gonna get
it's a
long
masterpiece.
conversation with lots of interesting info, and you're gonna see a lot of smiling. That's really the thing. I'm enjoying this as a person that's hosting them. Jim is enjoying this as a person who's getting to work on a book that he loved as a kid, and Steven is the person who created it, who still loves talking about it and loves that it's getting out there now to a crowdfunding audience. So check out the links in the description below for the Kickstarter. I put all of the relevant information about each of them, Stephen and Jim, in there, and enjoy the interview.
I personally feel weird about buying the
Welcome back to Direct Edition, friends. I have two brilliant
Kickstarter edition because I've got the original comics.
Just great human beings that have added so much into the comics culture. Stephen Bissette and Jim Rugg. Steve is the constructor or part constructor of the 1963 Image universe. The Alan Moore run on Swamp Thing is something that Stephen added so much to as a co-creator with John Constantine. He is a horror comic steward. He also created the anthology Taboo, worked on a book called Alien Tribes and Tyrant, one of the most beautiful comic books ever created. And Jim Rugg, as you may know, was the co-creator of the greatest comics podcast of all time, Cartoonist Kayfabe, Hulk Grand Design, Street Angel, Alien Disclosure, and a man who's done more zines than you, your mother, and your grandmother put together. We're going to talk about Tyrant today. Thank you so much for being here, gents. How are you?
I am great. Couldn't be much better.
Doing good and feeling very humble.
I would like to add maybe a couple more accolades to Mr. Bissette's resume here.
Sure,
His
sure.
intro. Part of the original class of the Joe Kubert School, one of the original alumni, and what an amazing class that is. But then also one of the first and longtime instructors at the Center for Cartoon Studies. So a man who had this brilliant career and then has been passing that knowledge on to people for over, 15 years or so, I believe.
Yeah, I did 15 years at CCS.
And amazing students that came out of that program, from your classes. So pretty amazing how much you've given the comics.
And I hope to give more, but time will tell, right? Time will tell.
And Jim, this is why I'm glad you're here, because I know that you have more knowledge about this stuff than I'll ever have. So I appreciate that.
Well, I've been a big fan of Steve's for a long time. When I first started doing comics, I sent him my comics. And look, they're not, my early comics, not very good. I'm not sure my new comics are very good either.
Oh, they're great.
One of the guys who...
I was just looking at your silhouette zine. I'm still so happy I have a copy of that publication where you just went through the use of silhouettes in comics. Yeah, I mean, you've done brilliant work since the start. So I did write back to you. I'm relieved.
You don't realize what an impact that has, because in the beginning you're desperate for somebody to read your comics that you're making, and it's hard to find readers. It's one of the benefits, I think, of Comics Ed and these programs that are out there now, is that you have access to readers that are actually giving you feedback and seeing if what you think is actually what you're putting on the page. And so, Steve, whenever you wrote back to me, it meant a lot, especially in the early days. It meant someone was reading it, and it was a very thoughtful response, and so thank you for that.
Well, you're very welcome. I was just talking this morning with a very dear friend, Tim Lucas. We've been buddies since the 1980s. We've been doing bonus features, commentary tracks and video bonus features for Blu-rays and 4Ks. But what we were talking about is we were rekindling our love for fanzines and what it meant when we were both teenagers. You know, Tim and I are both. I turned 71 in about a month, and you know, finding zines when we were kids that were into the stuff we were into. And, you know, Tim grew up in Ohio, I grew up in Northern Vermont, where you just felt like, I guess I'm crazy. I valued the stuff that nobody else seemed to. And to find that there was a zine that was like confirmation that you weren't alone, but it was also a vindication of, yeah, this is worthwhile. That, you know, this is, other people are seeing not only what I'm seeing, but they're seeing more than I'm seeing, which is part of where the communication comes in. And, you know, that was, it was so isolating in the 50s and 60s. But now the sea change really hit around the year 2000. And I say that because that's the year, the very year, the year 2000 is when, for the first time, I would get phone calls from parents in my community in Southern Vermont, where I lived at that time, asking, my kid draws. You know, would you be willing to look at their drawings? And it was comics they were talking about. And I realized like the shift had happened. We were out of the post Dr. Wortham era where comics were frowned upon. And I was suddenly in this new world where parents were supportive of their kids' drawing, you know, and specifically their kids wanting to do comics. And it's part of what made it easy to say yes to James Sturm and Michelle Ollie when James Sturm approached me around 2004 about their opening this new school. And I also felt like I could never repay Joe and Muriel Kubert for what they did for all of us at the Kubert School. And as James said to me a couple of years into my teaching, he said, Steve, you're paying back Joe every time you set foot in that classroom. And I really was feeling it like, okay, now there's a new generation. I can do something positive for this generation. So
It's I gotta just say it's a full circle moment. You know, the effect that Steve had on you, Jim, and then for me, you know, watching you on kayfabe, having you on my show very early, and also like kind of being the genesis for me doing my own zine with the Kirby zine. So it's like, yeah, all we need is a little bit of support and that kind of you know, positive reinforcement, or just someone to talk to about it that's a positive person, and you're going to inspire somebody, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, who knows, you know?
you never know what you put out there. I mean, I used to have over 200 images per lecture at CCS. And part of the reason was you never know when one image might change somebody's whole life. You know, like I look back at the things that put me on the path I've been on all these years that led to Tyrant. And it was like, you know, if a different channel had been turned to, I might not be who I am today. Yeah, it's all about, I guess it's kind of a form of pollination, you know?
Yeah. Well,
This conversation, it's one of the reasons a lot of people talk about AI now, you know, with such trepidation. And I've had this conversation. It seems like a lot of the times when I'm on a podcast, the topic comes up. When I'm at dinners or, you know, comics functions, it comes up. And I have less concern about it, I think, than a lot of people do because of what you're describing, Steve, the human part. You know, the random part of like, I responded to this image or this movie or this book. And I think we still have that. I think we will always have that. And that's the part I'm interested in. You know, I don't think that's ever going to go away, that part where randomly you saw the right fanzine at the right time and now you're making them, Dave. You know, it's this piece of it's human artifacts, even if you're not directly connected to that human who's making it. And I think that's always going to have value, and certainly for a lot
Don't forget,
of people out there. You know,
it's free to vote. Vote for your favorite sketch.
Humanity, you know, coming through all the filters of different media and these different channels.
Look at everybody
across
popping in and out.
And I just can't imagine that that's ever going to change, or that people aren't going to crave that and aren't going to respond to the actual human part of making art and telling stories and interacting with one another.
Yeah, and there's still a real tactile pleasure in holding things. You know, like I don't think, if anything, the access to home computers, print on demand, there's more books now than ever existed. And Jim's already heard me say this. You know, I can't even call this a golden age anymore. We're like in, you know, an oil boom of new comics and graphic novels. Yeah. And part of it is because all the gatekeepers kind of lost control of the gate. And I don't know how long these windows, you never know how long these windows and doors of opportunity are going to stay open. But man, amazing work is being made. And not only being made, but we get to see it. We're not going to have to wait until somebody dies and their heir reveals to us, oh, they had these notebooks full of, comics. No, it's out there. We're going to lose a lot of it too, because a lot of digital media is going to go away. I mean, look how many websites you go looking for that don't exist anymore. But that's where making the digital, turning the digital into print product will allow that longevity. Because I'm glad you said, Jim, that time is also one of the things that isn't a boundary anymore. I mean, the work that put me on the road of wanting to do something like Tyrant, I was watching older films that have been made in the 30s and the early 50s before I was born. And the sense of wonder that it sparked in me, and for me, it was seeing old pictures in encyclopedias, and that's where I first.
Oh, he has a flat file cabinet, which I'm so jealous of.
Media.
I would like a flat file cabinet.
And growing up with, amazing artists like Sam Blandsman and Andrew Esposito and Joe Kubert, and Turok, Son of Stone, the Bell Gold Key comic, brand new work. Artists like Alberto Gialetti, that just was feeding, these interests I had. And I'm just scratching the surface. I mean, we could talk all day about things each of us grew up with. And it is that human element, Jim. It was like, these are real people that are making this. And as you get older and you awaken to that, for me, it was around the age of 6 and 7. It was like, oh, wow, people make this, who's making this? And you start to look for names, and it grows from there.
And this can all be
that was me.
The fact that
same experience.
The Kickstarter for Tyrant, which is, I'm going to let you both talk about it, but I want to just kind of put it out there. 6 years ago, approximately, almost to the day, Stephen was on Cartoonist Kayfabe, and Jim, you asked him, when is he going to finish it? And here we are 6 years later. And
it's not finished.
Well, I still haven't finished it. So
okay.
Jim, you do it. You did the work. You pushed, and now you're designing the book. Where does this project start?
Tremendous honor. It actually starts for me, it started with the publisher, Chris Stevens of Lighthouse. I think he had been talking to you, Steve.
Yeah, he was trying to convince me for a while. Yeah.
Yeah. So it starts before I join up, and Steve can tell that story, how the publisher and he started talking about this.
And actually, Jen, it started with you and Ed, with Stay Faith. When I saw that episode you did, and when you both said, it wasn't just that you said, when is this going to be done? It was when you and Ed said, no, this is complete. Like, put this out there now. Because I always felt like, I hadn't finished a Genesis. I hadn't finished the work. I hadn't even brought it to the point that I'd imagined the first collected edition would exist from. So it really does start with that episode that you and Ed did, and the fact that you guys were tagging this as, no, this needs to be out there. It's complete. And I recognize the validity in that. It's never going to change my mind about the 14 years left of Tyrant that I wanted to be doing. And then the relationship with Chris Stevens actually started with Dream a Little Dream, the Little Nemo book that Chris put together. And I'm not sure where that sits in Chris's chronology as a publisher packager, but I was invited in on that. And I had already done a piece for one of the Center for Cartoon Studies publications. The students every year did their own stuff, that weren't assignments. And one year, one of the classes decided they were going to do an oversized.
Pellucid, how's the weather been out there? We're finally seeing above freezing temperatures. So
they did it gigantic. It was this huge, hand-bound publication, and
so it's actually getting comfortable. We're in March, so we had snow last night again,
sort of what the next issue of Tyrant would have.
but it's no big deal. So you can see, you might be able to hear some of the ice, which is on the building roof, freezing or unfreezing and traveling through the drainage pipes right outside my window. So there's a lot of right now. There's a lot of melting snow outside. So yeah, I think we're ready for spring. In 2 weeks, it'll be 75 degrees here. You make it down to California cons often. That's a very, very rarely. I have a loose goal to get to the um, to try Fan Expo San Francisco, but I haven't been to San Francisco in let's say 25 years. Uh, yeah, it may be that long since I've been out west. In general, wild time flies. My brain is trying to remember the last time I was out west. It was well, I know I went to a show in Vancouver. That's technically it's not the U.S. West Coast, but it's technically the West out west. That was our first year here, which 2011. So okay, 15 years since I've been out west. But did we go any? We didn't. We just went to Canada. We went to convention in Vancouver, which was great. Holy cow! I hardly had anything. I just had a bunch of prints. And I made money, baby, money. It was weird. I didn't have any of the. I don't. I don't remember having brought any of my comics. I just remember having prints. No, it worked out well. Which reminds me, I have to get in touch with my friend Dave. He's Canadian. I want to see what his convention plans look like. You don't see this angle very often, do you? And there's something missing. I don't see the same energy. Well, you know what happens? Don't see the same energy. Maybe I'll trace it just to have some remnants of this thought process. Let's see. I'm not seeing the perspective getting pushed the way I want it to get pushed. but I'd love to get out to the West Coast. It's a goal of mine to spread out beyond the Northeast where I live. Sometimes I feel like I've tapped out the my Northeast customer base. Although I do try to keep having new stuff, but there's just so many people I've never met who are on the West Coast or down further south or Southwest, and I'd like to get my stuff in front of them. Just started to make plans for the year. I still have a bunch of people to get in touch with, and I still have a comic book to finish. It's the stress of the comic which is keeping me from doing the promotional stuff. I feel like I have to get the comic done. If the comic's not moving forward, I feel like I need to have the comic to have something to promote. Yeah, that's something. It's better than what It's better than what I wanted. It's better than what I drew. So when this guy is going back, he needs to go way back. Yeah, baby. Yeah, now we're talking. One of the cool things about Whatnot is you get to meet people from outside your geography, your local geography. So that's very cool. Like yourself, Palooks, and got a couple customers in Florida. I'd like to get to Florida eventually. MegaCon, Dragon Con, which I think is in Georgia. It's in Atlanta, I think. Chicago. I do have plans to do Chicago this year. I got to get on that. Holy cow. I rarely make it out to the east side. Farthest I've gone is Chicago. Chicago is fun, man. Oh, yeah. You say that like you had a good time in Chicago. I went to last time I was in Chicago. That was a while ago too. We went to a blues club. That was cool. Very fun. I know COVID turned me off to traveling for a while, and I'll probably never get on an airplane without a mask again. I remember flying to Hawaii. This is even longer now, even further back in time. We went to Hawaii on vacation, and first day we set foot on the island, I caught something on the plane. So I'm wrapped up in the hotel room in Hawaii for 3 days because I've got some kind of flu or cold or something. And that was a pain in the ass. So yeah, basically airplanes are recycled germ petri dishes that everybody gets to breathe each other's air. 200 people breathing each other's air, and it's a crapshoot what comes out on the other end. So I'm just gonna follow the COVID protocols from now on whenever I set foot on a plane. I still remember that Hawaii trip. That was pretty disappointing. You doing New York City still? I would like to. I have to check in with them. Uh, New York worked out really well. It was my biggest show last year. So would love to get back to New York and see 5D one more time. Got to take the boat tour through the city, through Chicago. What a great idea. That's actually sounds like a cool idea because Chicago's really pretty that way. It's got like a river running right through the city, right? It's it's not like New York where the Manhattan Island is distinctively separated from Brooklyn. Like Chicago is like all one thing, and then it just happens to have a river running through it. Good, great architecture. Knock back a couple of brews. It's nice. LOL. Yes, very cool. Um, Last time I was there, I went to the Chicago Museum. I usually fly very early, like around 5 in the morning, because I'm not a fan of being delayed. I like direct flights and I like no delay flights, and so I usually try to get the first flight out in the early morning. So I arrived in Chicago quite early, and I couldn't check into my hotel room. So I checked my bags and I took the train into the city. I spent a few hours in the Chicago Museum. I think it's called the Museum of Art, but I'm not sure. Art Museum. I'm not sure what it's called, but it was a great experience. Actually, I still have photos of that. So yeah, that's kind of more like what I'm looking for here. Yeah, let's do that. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. This is round one, sketch cover madness. Get your vote in. Winner of today's round goes to the semifinals. I have 8 rounds of black and white, 8 rounds of color on Thursdays. And each day, the one with the most votes advances to the next round. So we've got eight. We've got 8 groups of 4, which will be whittled down to 2 groups of 8. No, 2 groups of 4. And the winner of those 2 groups of 4 goes against each other head to head. Those are the finals. I'm planning to do that with the black and white and the color. So it's actually going to take about a couple months to go all the way to the end. So it's not going to be March Madness the whole time. I know I got that beautiful ASM sketch from you at New York Comic Con. I know it's got 30 villains, somewhere around 30 villains, right? and then, uh, and then 5D proceeded to tell everyone at the New York Comic Con about his sketch that he bought. People are coming up to my table going, "I saw this sketch you did." So cool. You will see that one. That particular drawing will be in the black and white round. I'm not sure which round. Excuse me, I'm telling you, I haven't slept since 2 in the morning. 5D sketch will be in the black and white round. I forget which round number, but it's going to be there. You get to see it that way as well, and get to vote on it. Vote for your favorite sketch. And then 5D also has a color sketch. And Ainge, I don't know if Ainge is still here, but Ainge 21, he's probably got 4 or 5 sketches in the contest. So he's got good odds of advancing. I think sketch number 3 here belongs to Ainge. I'll show it to you in a second. Let me let me finish this. <clears throat> 5D says check your inbox. Luke says saw it. Flames, 5 flames. Don't forget, if you're just joining us, vote for your favorite. Take the poll. Vote for your favorite sketch. No votes yet for Doctor Doom, which is the exact opposite response from my Facebook accounts and my Instagram accounts. So that's very curious. I like the energy of this one. There's a lot of ripping, freaking tear ass energy. This one, I just like how it turned into something like this, which was just a study using a photograph for reference, turned into something that became a story. And then this pose is just one of a kind. You don't see Spidey in this many poses. So I like all of these. And this one we did, I think Ainge bought it on episode 200, and that's why we see 200 in the background. Because it was celebrating the 200th episode. So if you haven't voted, vote for your favorite. There's no wrong answer. No wrong answers here on the stream. Let's go back to our podcast. Mr. Steve Bissett. Here we go.
Which is told through the metaphor of little baby tyrant dreaming about eating and just eating and eating and eating. And I grew up with Harvey Kurtzman's Mad in those old Valentine books paperbacks, right? That's how I first experienced the Kurtzman era of Mad when it was a comic book. We're in the black and white paperbacks. And I always loved Kurtzman's parody of classic literature and poems. So I took Casey at the Bat, the classic Americana poem, narrative poem, and used that to pattern the whole Tyrant in Slumberland around. Chris either saw that or when he reached out to me about Little Nemo, I showed it to him and he offered it. And that was included in Dream a Little Dream. And what's unusual is that Chris honored everything he said from the first phone call he was going to do. And that's very rare in the world of comic publishing.
Oh, yeah.
You know, usually it's a process of erosion. And then later, Chris and I stayed in touch. And then later he reached out to me when he was working with another creative team on the Golem of Venice Beach. And it was one of these projects where there was a core writer artist, but they had other contributors that they were inviting in. And I understand the box office value of that. And I'd even worked on projects like that as a writer. I scripted one issue of a 4-issue miniseries Dark Horse did back in the 90s that was Species, you know, based on that pretty awful MGM movie series that wanted to be Alien.
Yes.
And I scripted one issue that my friend Mark Nelson penciled and did the artwork for. And I also had contributed one image to one of these Dark Horse Alien projects that was multi-artist. But it was also really frustrating. Like, it was like, you know, do I belong here? Like, what is this? And I knew that Chris was reaching out to me in part because, you know, they were pulling in name people from my generation, Bill Sienkiewicz, you know, contributed and so on. But I read the material that Chris sent me, that the writer and the core artist had done. And I was intrigued, and I asked if I could pitch a few ideas for a 1-pager or 2-pager. And again, long story short, I ended up doing 2 pages for the first volume of Golem of Venice Beach. And what was unusual is Chris honored everything he said first phone call. So Jim, when Chris reached out to me, yes, that's the book right there, right? And it was a creative process too. I pitched like 5 ideas, and I wasn't sure like how Golem was the Golem, right? I mean, I grew up with the old German silent Golem films with Paul Wagener, and so I pitched ideas, and they kind of settled on one. And I did it full painted black and white comic, in part to see, do I still have the drawing jobs? Because I've been teaching for 15 years. I drew a lot in the process of teaching, but I didn't know if I still had the drawing chops. And I put my all into those 2 pages, and Chris fulfilled everything that they had promised. And so when he asked me about, Steve, have you ever considered collecting Tyrant? Luckily, that question was asked after, Jim, you and Ed had done that episode. And I said, yeah, I might entertain that. And it kind of went from there. It took a couple of years. I think Chris was courting me for 2 or 3 years. Without going into it, my wife and I had we were dealing with a real family crisis. We lost our son, Michael, a year and a half ago. And I kind of had to get through that. But during it, Chris and I kept talking. And I knew there was going to be a life after, you know, and this was something to hang on to. This was something worthwhile. And it was something where I trusted Chris enough to say, let's pursue it. I asked specifically about Jim's design. I felt like, Jim can tell you, I've been mail ordering Green Angel direct from Jim, including reordering a copy to make sure my daughter's name is spelled correctly. And her signature, like, can I buy another one? And so I knew Jim's work, and I also had met and corresponded with one of the publishers you had worked with before, Jim, Chris, not Chris Steve. at one of the functions or one of the trips I took to Columbus, Ohio. I went to the Billy Ireland Museum, and I think we crossed paths there. And anyway, once you were on board and a couple of other key folks joined, the missing piece for me was who could I trust to handle the original art? And luckily, Rick Beach's adult son, Ezra Beach, who I've known since he was 1 or 2 years old, and my good friend Mark Estelle were willing to handle the scanning for us. So I could physically get the artwork to them without, and it wasn't a matter of not trusting Jim, it was a matter of not trusting the mail and FedEx and UPS. And so I'm like, I can't replace any of this stuff. So we, even during that downtime of, waiting and working our way through what we had to deal with personally on this end, the scanning began. And it was an enormous task. I mean, the flat files you see over here, the artwork was stored in 2 different flat files, but also in random.
Yes, 2 flat file cabinets.
In my basement.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Probably, a dozen times since starting work on Tyrant. So, you know how it is, Jim. Physical artwork. It's this big cumbersome thing you have to do something with. So, what's the most inert plastic garbage bag I can find? Okay. But I was able to find just about everything, much to my frustration. There's, I think, 3 pages that still haven't turned up. But everything else we were able to scan, including all the paste ups I had done with the typesetting for the text pages and the bonus features in the back of every issue of Tyrant. We have scanned everything that we had hands on.
Very cool.
And it's worth describing a little bit of the 2 books that we are in the process of making for this Kickstarter for people that are watching and are interested. There's going to be an original art edition, and this is the art that Steve's just described, pulling out of the flat files and getting scans. We brought Sean Michael Robinson on board to go through those scans and further kind of like make these as print perfect as you possibly can. And I think he's the best person I've ever met at cleaning up scans, at really making those scans reproduce perfectly. I'm so excited just to see that, to actually see
me too.
What this artwork looks like printed, because I think it's going to be some of the best original art reproduction that we've ever seen. And so that's going to be along the lines of an artist edition, which I'm sure a lot of your audience is familiar with. The other edition that we're making, we're calling the complete edition. And when Steve's describing the paste ups in the back, sketch material, text pieces, correspondence with people, paleontologists, for example, we have a mountain of that material that we are putting into the complete edition. So, Steve, you might say that Tyrant is not complete, but this book is going to be every piece
the closest thing.
The story, but also the making of the story, the back matter from the series, which was really tremendous. I've talked probably on Cartoonist Kayfabe, but on some of these podcasts about just how impactful Tyrant, the original 4 issues, were to me as an aspiring creator, as a fan of all these things. And part of it is because of what you did in that back matter. You made those comics special because it wasn't just the story and the art in the main part. It was really, this is a whole world that you built out of those comics, and we're going to channel that in the complete edition. So if you're a fan of dinosaurs, if you're a fan of great comics, beautiful art, that book is really going to be hopefully a special book worthy of the contents and of Tyrant and of the work that Steve has made there. And part of that is preserving that extra material.
Well, and among that extra material, Dave, both Jim and Chris encouraged me to dig back. I pulled original art that I still had of any prehistoric themed that I managed to get into print.
That's a good idea.
Stories that saw print in fanzines, a 1-pager I did for Manticore, which was the Joe Kubert School first year ever. It was kind of our yearbook where we each did a 1-pager. Mine, of course, was a prehistoric themed love story, Dark Time. I tried to find everything. And in the cases of prehistoric themed material that I had done for mainstream publishers, DC and Marvel, I would cherry pick 1 or 2 pages of original art. So I feel like under fair use, we can at least show hey, I did an ambush bug, with
Right.
Robert Lauren, Fred Fleming, the late great Keith Giffen, and Bob Oxner, with the the War That Time Forgot parody. So I've tried to. I don't know what's going to fit in. Jim's going to surprise me with the final selection, but I tried to provide everything, or at least a sampler of everything for the stuff I don't own reproduction.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There we go.
As much as you can give Jim, then he can whittle it down if there is.
Interesting.
Well,
Interesting.
it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have.
Absolutely. It's the story of Tyrant. Seeing Steve's love of this.
Paluk says, damn man, super lucky to have those in your PC. And 5D is he's got the sunglasses on. Don't forget to vote for your favorite sketch. Especially if you're in last place like Dr. Doom. If there's any Dr. Doom fans out there, now's your time to give him the bump. Right now we've got a two-way tie between 1 and 3. And Venom, second Venom, is in second place. So it's nice to review. If you haven't voted, jump in. Seal the deal. We got to break that tie too. I can't shut off the live stream until that tie is broken, so I could be here for a long time. All right, back to the podcast. Let's see.
Material from a very, very young age. That's part of the story of Tyrant, and that's what that complete edition is going to show, if we do our jobs correctly.
I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I also have to say that part of that process was born of frustration. I tried to interest editors in a project like this and I'm not exaggerating, decades. And I would get pulled into projects where it's like, oh, Steve wants to do a dinosaur book. And Carrie Bates was writing at DC Comics and had pitched a project called Ultimus Rex. And one of the editors at DC, this is back in the late 80s, said, oh, Steve, this is right up your alley. And I'm not picking on Carrie or on the project, but what happened every time is I would get the outline or the scripts. And it would be, let's say a 22-page story. It would be 20 pages of people talking in rooms and on time machines and on battleships and 2 pages of dinosaurs. And I would go, no, I'm not interested. It had nothing to do with what I wanted to do. I really wanted to just place the reader as experientially as possible in what life might have been like for these amazing animals 70-something plus million years ago. And that really was what I wanted. And it was the comic I'd been wanting to read since I was 4 years old that nobody made.
Sure.
The closest thing there ever was, there was a series called Young Earth in the back of Turok, Son of Stone. It would be 3 to 4 pages, and it would just be a snapshot of, oh, here's a day of the life of a Metrodon, or here's a pterosaur trying to save its young from falling out of the nest. I love those, but they were 3 and 4 pages. It didn't have the heart, it didn't have the scope, and it didn't have the. There's an arrogance as human beings that we have, that we think we live fuller lives than every other living thing on this planet, and we don't. We don't. We really
It's
have
the
no
opposite.
idea.
It's the opposite.
Well, yeah. The more it's become, pop science perception at this point in time. People now understand that, there are living organisms that are hundreds of acres in size because they're actually composed of a network of underground fungus and vegetation root systems that are feeding one another and communicating with one another. We have no idea. And that was part of what drove me with Tyrant. Like, I don't want to do the Land Before Time where they're singing and they have names. I want to try to evoke the idea of this environment, sans human beings, that was this amazing.
Oh, I can't wait to read this.
This amazing.
That sounds very great.
Where these things lived, and the fact it was dinosaurs meant it would be a lot of fun to draw.
Yeah.
I don't know what your blinders are, Jim, but there's things I hate to draw, and high among that list are cars, buildings, cities. You know,
But I mean,
there's a reason Swamp Thing was the book for me for a while. You know.
well, issue 3, which is, I guess that's the one, that's the egg and the birth of the dinosaur. I mean, that thing stands out as not just an amazing comic, but that's a labor intensive piece of art. That entire issue. Do you have any memories of that specific drawing? You know, that issue, because
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I've never. I think Jim can speak to this too. I've never seen anything else like it in my life.
You know, and the miracle is we all have. I bet you if I look into your fridge, Jim, and your fridge, Dave, you got eggs in there, right? We don't think about it. That was the hardest issue to do, in part because, well, first of all, I thought when I was conceiving, when I'd finally given up on trying to sell, you know, an editor or publisher on working with me, it was probably around 1990. Or so. I was still doing Taboo as an editor and co-publisher, and I started, you know, in my sketchbooks brainstorming what became Tyrant, and it was going to start with the egg. That was going to be issue 1, and the first page I ever fully inked and lettered of Tyrant was page 1 of Tyrant number 3. What turned into that first page in Tyrant number 3. And I realized, and I showed it to Dave Sim, you know, because Dave was like my guru. That's the page. That's it. Yeah, that's the first one I drew ever, right there. And I thought that was the start. And I showed it to Dave. I showed it to Rick Beach. You know, the friends that I was geographically close to. I used to go up and visit Dave and Gerhardt in Kitchener, Ontario, like twice a year, and just spend a couple of days with them. And when you visited Dave, you worked. Like, you know, nothing pulled Dave and Gare away from the drawing board. Like, when you visited, you were drawing. And I realized as soon as I was showing it to other eyes, this isn't the beginning of the story. And I backtracked conceptually, like, okay, where is this egg? What's the nest? Who laid the egg? And that's how the idea for Tyrant kind of gestated. But to go to your question, Dave, I had to crash course on embryology. And at the time I was working on the beginning of what became Tyrant, so I'm talking between 90 and 1994, during which, you know, Taboo finished, Rick Beach and Alan Moore, John Tollivan, Dave Gibbons, Chester Brown, Don Simpson, and I did 1963. I mean, that's what was feeding me. And I wrote the novella Alien Strides for Darkrai. I was working all that time on Tyrant, what it was going to be, and I quickly found that there was almost nothing available to a layperson about dinosaur embryology. In fact, there was very little other than images of fossilized nests and eggs, primarily of dinosaurs like the Protoceratops, the eggs that were found by paleontologists in the Gobi Desert back in the 1920s. So I began studying bird embryology, chicken embryology, larger birds, where I could find, you know, step-by-step photographs of the development of the embryo within the egg. And a crucial partner in this project was my paleontologist friend, Dr. Michael Ryan, who at that time was with the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Alberta, Canada. He's now with Carleton University in Ottawa. And Michael looked at my work. He was the only person I showed sequences of number 3 to as it was in process. I had worked collaboratively in comics like forever. You know, I mean, from, you know, even before Kubert School, the comic that got me into Kubert School that I did at Johnson State College was a collaborative comic called Abyss. And so I was really selfish about Tyrant. I always worked collaboratively, and I was like, no, this is mine. And I didn't even show, you know, my kid an issue until it was done. And I had it all hanging up on a wire in my studio so you could read it page by page. But I did show Michael Ryan some of the work in progress, and he sent me photocopies of material about alligator embryology, crocodile embryology, and collared lizard embryology. Because reptile.
Don't forget, vote for your fave. You can do it.
Develop differently than birds do, but dinosaurs are closer to birds in terms of they were warm-blooded.
Mhm.
You know, there's a lot of there. It's not just a metaphor that dinosaurs are birds. It's true.
Right.
Dinosaurs are birds. Birds are dinosaurs.
Wow.
Then the breakthrough hit. I thought I was done with the issue. I had 4 pages left to go. And Michael contacted me and said, Steve, there's a new book coming out called Dinosaur Eggs and Babies. And it was a hardcover University Press book. And those books are expensive. It was like $75 or something. Now those books are like, 150 or whatever. Well, now you can read this book for free online. What am I saying? I had to rewrite and redraw almost 2/3 of the issue.
Oh.
The new information that was in there were new technologies being applied to fossils, right? And this included being able to see what's inside a fossil without destroying the fossil.
Mhm.
So there was information in there about what the eggshells were composed of. How did the eggs breathe? Because eggs are contained living universes and they breathe. I incorporated all that into my thinking. I rewrote the issue. And I think one of the people I showed it to early on was Scott McCloud, because I remember Scott just liking the writing. He was like, there was one line, that terrible skull, a mere fold. And Scott would repeat that back to me, So I redid the whole issue, and this meant the issue shipped late, so I had to take returns from Diamond, the distributor. But it was worth the sacrifice. And when the issue came out, I got a pretty warm reception to it, not just from comic readers, but I was a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, and I would go to their annual. They have an annual meeting where they meet a different city in North America, and I was approached by a couple of paleontologists who had read the issue, and they said, "Wow, I think you got it right." But people still didn't know what right means. I mean, the thing with paleontology is it's always developing. And for authoritarian thinking people, it's one of the schisms between religion and science. Science is not ever definite. It's always evolving. The important thing in science is the questions. Because the answers change over time, not because they're incorrect, but because our understanding of the universe and the context and and with fossils, that's been a key part of it.
Right.
So that's the number 3 was a real bear, but it was the most fun I ever had doing a comic, because I could lose myself in the research process as fully as I was losing myself in the writing and drawing process, if that makes sense to anybody out there.
Sure.
And it was really satisfying when I delivered that issue to my printer, Kim Prenny Print and Litho, up in Canada. Because it was this huge load off my back, but I also felt like, okay, I know I gave it the best shot I possibly could.
Did my all. That's awesome. That's great. I'm so glad I bought the comics from him.
Jim, to you.
But I got to start reading them.
When you were looking at the scans of issue 3, like, did you just stop and just kind of like appreciate it, like throw the work of designing out and just like look at that as a fan? And then I want to hear like your approach to designing this book. You've been designing your own zines and books and stuff, and you have a graphic design background, but I feel like this is more than a job for you. This is something that you've always wanted to exist, and you're getting to help create it.
Yeah, I've said this before on some other podcasts. It's probably going to be the anecdote that ends up getting clipped, and then maybe the sad meme of me crying. But opening the first batch of scans, because it was a matter at first of, are these scans up to quality? Is this good? Should we proceed and have Ezra scan more of them? I nearly cried. I don't know how big my monitor is, but it's a large monitor in high definition, and I'm zoomed in and I'm looking at this image that I've looked at and tried to copy myself, over the last 30 years. And I'm seeing this stuff in microscopic detail, texture of the paper, the beautiful line work. And it was just absolutely stunning. Like heartbreakingly beautiful. You know, the kind of thing that I love all these artist editions. I have tons of friends who are comic book makers, and I get to see their original art, and I love it. I don't take it for granted. But these pages are a level up, you know, like they're really spectacular. And to be able to see that, it's humbling. You know, you see it, and as somebody who tries to draw, and you see that, it's really you recognize you're looking at a masterpiece. You know, it's not just a master artist that's drawing, but it's also their masterpiece. You know, the best work, I think Steve would agree.
I'm
that
never
he's done.
going to do anything like it again.
It's just breathtaking to behold. So that was my first reaction.
He's not going
You
to
know, I
finish
remember
the
opening
series
those files
either,
and
he
just
said.
kind of getting lost and staring at them. You know? And I need to evaluate, is everything sharp and in focus? But I'm just kind of like in awe of what I'm looking at, you know, what I have in front of me. I took pictures of my monitor and sent them to Chris Stevens, you know, because I was just like, look at this image, you know, trying to communicate that. You know, in terms of the design, it's relatively straightforward. You know, the complete edition, a lot of the design is a matter of organization. You know, where does the extra material go to make this book be the best book we can make? With the original art edition, you know, it's get out of the way. Chip Kidd and David Mazzucchelli released Batman Year One Artist Edition, I don't know, in the last year or year and a half. And it's funny, they put their pages on gray, the background of the pages. And some of the artist editions, they basically trim right at the edge of the pages. You know, so you're kind of like 11 by 17, and it's almost like it's actually the page.
Yeah.
I wanted to showcase
I like
everything. If a corner was ripped off, you know, if something was taped off, you know, I wanted all of that in there. So I wanted to have a mat around the art, you know, a little bit. Whenever I saw Batman Year One, because I've seen artist editions that have a black background, and I've seen artists that have a white background, and I realized, you know, whenever you're coming out of art school and you're putting together a portfolio to take in front of an art director, an editor, a publisher, you use gray. You know, gray is like this neutral background color. And whenever I saw Chip Kidd and David Mazzucchelli do that, it was like, every artist edition, this is what it should be. Unless the art, for some reason, calls for a different treatment, that's the thing. It's neutral. It kind of slips away. It allows you to appreciate the blacks and the whites and give you the most contrast on the page rather than between the page and the background. So, you know, it's pretty basic. The star of the show is the artwork, and it's just get out of the way. You know, do the best reproduction you can of that artwork. Make sure that it's not being lost in gutters, and that's really not a problem with artist editions. I think because of how they're bound, they lay flat, so that's not usually an issue like some books are. But that's my guiding principle for, you know, for the artist, the original art edition is we're just showcasing that art to the best of our ability. Steve wrote a really great text piece, and that's actually something I'm working on now, is adding images to the text piece, which gives a lot of context and background to the creation of Tyrant and its art. So that stuff's a little bit more design heavy. And I look at other big books that have this kind of stuff. The Sunday Press books are really, I think, instructive for that kind of stuff.
Peter Moresco does a terrific job. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and he illustrates them. I shouldn't say illustrate, but, you know, there are photographs and there are reproductions of different pieces in those introductions. So I'm looking at that kind of stuff. I'm thinking about things like I want to balance it about 50-50 between text and image in the intro. But that's a small piece. I don't think buying that book for the intro. The intro is fantastic. It's awesome. It really adds, I think, to the overall experience, but it's not the selling point. You know, it's make this art as crisp and clean, you know, reproduction-wise as possible. And like I said, you know, with the complete edition, and we're still in the early stages of kind of organizing it, that's a bigger job there. You know, that is one that I'm a little more conscious of, the gutter and making sure everything is readable and clear. Not, you know, for somebody watching this going, what are you talking about? If a book is, you know, a thick book, sometimes if the margins aren't big enough in the inside and the gutter, they can kind of be hard to read, or you can lose artwork in there. So, you know, it's very basic. You know, a lot of design, I think, is don't mess this stuff up, especially if what you have is strong material to start with. You know, my job is to make that material as accessible as possible to the audience. For a book like the complete edition that is bringing in a lot of different material, it's to put it in there in a way that is an experience for the reader. And, you know, that's something that Chris and I are working on too. We're kind of going back and forth because that's some of that is the role of the editor. You know, where does this piece by a paleontologist best fit, you know, to make the reading experience rewarding? So that's kind of, I don't know if that answers your question exactly,
No.
Dave, but design is sort of the whole thing, right?
Sure.
It's a book, so it's basically what is the reading experience like with this book, and the design to me serves that. It's functional in terms of presenting it in the best way that we can.
I also think these kind of editions are important because we are so far now into an era in which correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but I'd suspect that 75% or more of the published new work coming out is all digital. They're whatever the physical artwork is, they're artifacts of the process to lead to the digital final artwork. And I feel like this era of these oversized art editions are a preservation of an old school approach to how comics used to be put together. And the fact that you're being so meticulous, Jim, with your decisions. I mean, am I part of the next and last generation that was using things like white border tape and different physical tools, including pasting down actual spider webs that I had sprayed white paint on, taken black construction paper, and pushed it behind the web so that spider web inside that stump is an actual spider web.
Oh, that's a cool
All
idea.
of that will be texturally visible thanks to the work that Jim's doing with trying to make sure, as you said, Jim, that the printing process, the production process is getting out of the way of the physical artifact that the original art is. And it's more than just an artifact of an old school approach to doing comics.
What a cool idea. Actual spider web. He sprayed and somehow mounted on black paper. That's crazy.
Yeah, and so much of that history has been lost already because for decades it just wasn't appreciated. So a lot of that artwork has not survived. And as you said, Steve, now it's not being done that way. So it's kind of like this little window where we even have access to that art and, the chance to preserve that and both process and the actual art itself. I agree with you when you say we're living in a golden age, or something better than a golden age of comics, because it blows my mind. I used to, as somebody aspiring to make comics, I would go to whatever convention I could, hitch a ride to, and I'd be lucky to see a couple of orphan original art pages. And I would look at them and study them and try to make sense of what I'm seeing, white tape, white media, corrections, things pasted up. And it was almost impossible to see that stuff coming up. And now, thanks Scott Dundier for coming up with this artist edition format, because it's a heck of a scoop in these artist editions and a heck of a museum, and this archive.
Yeah.
I want to add on top of what you're both saying, it's also for art collectors, a warm blanket to me that says, oh, this stuff still exists. Like I get happy when I see, even if I don't get to own it, when I see, some big original page pop up on Heritage and sell, I'm like, it still exists. Somebody gets to own this. And like Steve, still having all that art is just, and then we get to have a version of it. We don't get the originals, understandably, but to know that it still exists, I get to look at it. And yes, I am also with both of you that right now we're in an age where everything is coming out, and sure, not everything will ever be good, but I'm having more fun reading comics now in my life than I think any other time. Period.
It was unimaginable in the 70s when I was starting college, when I was trying to convince the head of the art department at Johnson State College, Peter Eller, that I wanted to study making comics.
I had a similar experience.
He said, prove it to me. So I brought in my stack of Jack Kirby Fourth Worlds, and he dismissed it instantly. These are comic books, There were no graphic novels in 1976 that I could show him, Will Eisner's Contract with God was 2 years down the road yet, and now it's like, oh my God, it's incredible. And all formats, all sizes, all strains of individuals making the work from all disciplines of life, all races, creeds, belief systems. It's just phenomenal. It's just so rich. It's wonderful.
Superman,
and, another piece
Artland Comics says, good afternoon, sir.
Make a book like we're making, Steve,
and Daytona in the house.
It would have been
You guys got to vote for your favorite sketch today.
Been capable of doing something like this in
no
the
way.
80s or the 90s, and now a couple of us as individuals can self-publish, maybe one of the most beautiful books ever made. It's incredible what we have access to, the entire spectrum, whether it's studying the history of comics or what you want to produce yourself. And there are opportunities through, I consider like crowdfunding is a technology and
Oh,
as
I
a
agree.
distribution system, and that's part of what enables a book like this to exist. So
Yeah,
it's a confluence of a lot of things. But I think about some of those old time, I just read Joe Simon's The Comic Book Makers this week. I actually just finished it up.
take
And
it
I
with a
think
grain
about-
of salt.
well, I think about what would they have done had they had access to the technology that we have today.
yeah.
Just creative geniuses, and yet they were still hamstrung by technology, by publishing and distribution. We have so much now, and I think that's part of why people, like you're describing, you get comics from individuals, from different voices, from people all over the world, in different ages, and all of these things, because in some ways it's never been easier to make a good looking book or a good looking comic, and also to put that in front of an audience all over the globe.
Yeah.
Well, I also have to say, in the tenor of the times we're living in, which I won't get on a soapbox about, where I feel like our access to the outside world is being constrained, right? I used to be able to easily, when I was doing Tyrant, when you held up that copy of issue 3, Jim, right? That was the best a self-publisher could afford at that time, right? And even then, what was facilitating it? Well, whatever I finished in my little drawing studio in Wilmington, Vermont, it was affordable for me to deal with a printer in Canada who had an arrangement, because he lived close enough to Detroit, that they could drive things across the border, right? That's impossible now. Impossible. And, the cost of my mailing, let's say that, Jim, you had scanned all the original art. The enormous cost that would have added to the project of just shipping it to you from where you live, from where I am in New England, would have just added to our overhead. Not to mention that dealing with customs and so on has become insane. I can't afford to buy books by my friends in Australia anymore because it costs more for the shipping.
Yeah.
Now, I'm saying all this because so much work is available now through print on demand, through crowdfunding, and so on, that this community has evolved ways around those walls, those obstacles, right? And so, I'm picking up the mail today. I have a book that was made in Australia, but because it's printed on demand, I was able to order my copy from a place in Kentucky, it turned out. At the same day, I got a little envelope from a cartoonist who loves hand drawing and sending out original drawing with every issue of his mini comic. That showed up in the mail. And I'm in the middle of rural Vermont. It's like I have access to this international community that we're all part of. And despite all the obstacles, all the hurdles, all the forces right now that are active in the world trying to divide us, we're able to access one another's, what you draw with your hands, Jim, I will be able to see in the way you want me to see it when it's in print. And the only thing I have to do is make the effort to get it,
Yeah, exactly.
And that's part of the magic, folks.
I get to see what's in your flat files, and I've only been to Vermont once, and I am not going there to look at your flat files. I'm going to.
I wouldn't let you down
Purchase
here
it.
anyway. So, not that I don't trust you, Dave. It's just dangerous for lockdown here.
Right. But it's the same. It's the same thing.
One of the benefits of crowdfunding is the fact that what used to be this insane long process. I mean, insane long process. I'll just give you an example. Jim, you held up Tyrant number 3, okay? That book was solicited a year before it existed, right? Because I solicited when I thought it was going to be done. Then I had to rework the entire issue. I had to negotiate with Diamond and Capital, the distributors, and some of the smaller distributors, re-solicit the book once it was at the printer. As a end consumer, you, Jim, who was hopefully following Tyrant, you would find out from a catalog that was either in your comic shop or that you managed to get your hands on, oh, I can order this now, and 2 to 3 months later, I'll actually have the comic. It'll actually arrive, right? it was this strange, it was a very workable system, the direct sale market. But when I think about the difference between how it used to work, where you had to plan months in advance what comic you wanted to read and place your order, because Tyrant was not going to be stocked heavily in any comic shop the way that the new Avengers or the new X-Men comic would be carried in depth. You had to work, and then you had to wait. And then the shop was still hoping that you still wanted the book the day it came in, you know? Now with crowdfunding, it has compressed the entire process of packaging, promotion, distribution, and retailing into a singular process. And that is miraculous. I mean, it really is, because we used to have to jump through so many hurdles. And whatever work is visible to all of you on the page, when you see what Jim and Chris put together with the collected edition, you have to add to that a self-publisher like myself, and I didn't have, you know, anyone helping me in terms of the day-to-day running of the self-publishing. I was doing my own photocopying. I was packing my own boxes, you know, of the smaller reorders.
I know a little bit about that, right?
Reorders. But, you know, the individual reorders that would come in from the smaller distributors, I was doing all the paperwork. I was generating invoices. I was chasing invoices.
Yep.
Self-publishing.
One of the reasons why I had an agent in the illustration world was to get somebody else to chase down the unpaid bills.
A more compact period of time. It's a huge, enormous effort, but that effort is more satisfying to all parties, and it happens much quicker. When Chris first approached me, I said, I don't want this discussed or promoted until the book is almost a reality. And Jim sent me a PDF, I think in November, the rough PDF of, you know, the first draft of book one, and that's when we began seriously talking about, okay, when are we going to do this now? Because I was able to
I would wait till it's done, though.
Organization of the initial scans and a dummy of the book in a PDF form. Where it's gone from there, I'm eager to see as much as anyone, and I'm sure Jim's eager to.
I would wait till it's finished. That's my philosophy.
About this as a reality until we were close enough to, okay, this is a book.
All right, what do you think? Is he climbing on a web or is he climbing on a building?
I have a YouTube channel, West Coast Avengers. It's most likely how you found this podcast. But if you haven't, go over there and subscribe. You can find the link in the description.
Daytona says Spider-Man, he does what a spider does.
As well as
That's
West
right.
Coast Avengers. Get you 3 bonus videos a month. Plus, every 2 months, there's a great exclusive.
Don't forget, it's a tight race. It's really a tight race because a lot of Facebookers have jumped on Dr. Doom, even though he's got 0. I'm fascinated. He has no votes here on Whatnot. I'm fascinated that he has 0 votes here. But what I'll do is at the end of my show before I leave, I'll tally up Facebook, Instagram, and Blue Sky votes, and I'll add those to the Whatnot votes, and we'll have a winner.
It's really, really different. I wonder, were there influences on how you approach writing this story? You know, you didn't anthropomorphize these animals. As you said, you know, with The Land Before Time, it's not a bunch of dinosaurs running around singing. It's a really unusual approach to writing and story, you know, narrative. Were there things you were thinking about or looking at examples? Because I can't think of a comic. I can't really think of another story like this.
You know, Jim, the prototype for me, okay, 2 things I'll say right from the top. Yeah, I did my best to make this as accurate as I could in terms of reconstructions of, you know, a specific period of time in the specific fossil record. And even then, I'm a layperson. I am not a paleontologist. You know, I'm a cartoonist and a writer.
You play one on the spinner rack.
Okay, cool. But I will say this. My model was twofold. One, I knew that however grounded this work was, I was doing a monster. Number 1. And number 2, however much fun dinosaurs were to draw, I was doing an animal novel, right? So I didn't have a really good role model that I could point to, and I'm glad you asked that question. But I grew up reading books, about animals. I grew up reading, Wild Animals I Have Known by Ernest Thomas C., which I happen to have here because I scanned a couple of the illustrations to send Jim.
Bundle your home and auto with Progressive, and you'll get round the
Commercial. Stand by. We're not here for commercials. Go away, commercials. We don't want to have anything to do with
To
commercials.
include in the book. I grew up reading the available books to a young kid in the late 50s, early 60s that were, primarily dog novels and horse novels, right? Or occasionally Bambi or Perry.
Oh, Black Beauty was kind of like that
But,
point of view.
I didn't emulate the language or the format of those books, but I did try to stay true to the core of what they stirred in me when I was a young reader. There were entire genres. I mean, we talk about how many great genres there are now. You know what? There aren't anymore. There aren't any dog comics. There aren't any. When I was a kid, I'd go to the newsstand and there was Hi-Yo Silver and Trigger. There were comics that were based on popular cowboy TV stars' horses.
Yep.
And what made those books fun is they would be framed with all the crap about the cowboys, but the core stories were just about those animals. And so that was kind of the wellspring. But in terms of the approach I took, and this may sound bizarre to people, it was Greg Iron's Underground Comic Light, which was one of the first. There were two Underground comics that were in color, and one of them was Greg Iron's Comic Light. And what it was entirely visual. And Greg Irons was one of the rock poster artists in the late 60s, as well as, one of my top favorite underground cartoonists. He primarily worked with Rick Beach's older brother, the late great Tom Beach, who Tom wrote and Greg drew some really transgressive stuff in comics like Skull and Slow Death and their own titles. And Light was just forms, page by page, going through transformations. And I refer to that because when I was doing the third issue in the Egg, I did all the hard homework, on the science and what is this life form that is an egg and how does it change and transform. But visually, it was a trip. Visually, I'm taking the reader on a little hallucinogenic trip that is going to begin with the total abstraction of a dot on a yolk and end with a living being hatching out of an egg. So I had a complete narrative there. And the closest thing I had ever done to it before in comics was the Rites of Spring issue of Swamp Thing, which began with my sending a postcard to Alan Moore. This is all pre-internet era. There was no email or anything. We were corresponding through the mail, Alan Moore, John Tollivan, and myself. We wrote really, really long letters to each other. And it was only later in the collaboration where we could call each other on the phone. Well, John and I called each other all the time, but calling England was, impossible. I sent Alan a postcard right before I finished the last of the pencils on the third Demon story. So that would have been issue 27. And I sent a postcard and I said, if Abigail, the heroine in Swamp Thing, was a real human being, she would be in a mental asylum right now. How about doing a whole issue of just Abby and Swamp Thing having a good day in the swamp? And that was all. It was just on a postcard. It wasn't a plot suggestion. It was just a little note I sent Alan and put it in the mail. And Alan seized onto that, and it grew into the issue Rites of Spring, where Abby and Swamp Thing have to figure out how are we going to consummate this interspecies relationship we have. And that was the closest we could get in a 4-color mainstream published by a New York publisher, DC Comics comic, to the equivalent of Greg Iron's Light. Right? It was a trip. And when I got Alan's script, I had the idea of, when Abby eats the potato, which, by the way, was an idea that Rick Beach and John Tollivan had at a Kubert School era party we had one night at one of our classmates' places. Like, what how would Swamp Thing be a vegetable being? And Rick and John came up with, oh, he would grow these potatoes off his back. And Rick, being like me, someone who had experimented a great deal in his youth, said, well, yeah, they're kind of like peyote buttons and shit. And we shared all that with Alan, and he turned it into that amazing issue. And then when I got Alan's script, I had the idea of turning the issue on its side so that I was altering your perception of the comic book, you know, until you get the Reese's Pieces and the M&M ad. That, so for me, the template, and this is a long answer to your question, for me, the template was multi-disciplines, Jim. You know, it's like, what was the feeling I got, you know, when I was a little kid with those animal comics I loved so much? And what was missing from them as well? What didn't work was just as important to me. Like, how do I address that and not do that? And then the other template for me was Greg Iron's comic Light. Like, how do I make these individual stories like little trips, right? Now, the issue 3 in the embryo is almost literally, it's just an adventure in textures and forms, right? Congealing. But also in Tyrant number 2, Blood and Berries, the trip is what made these tracks and where is it leading, right? And what I'm showing you is something that went through this Cretaceous forest, dragging something massive until in the final pages we get to the nest where this still living Maiasaur is in the jaws of the mother T-Rex. She's brought her food to her nest. And so that was my thought process, Jim. And the other thing was, I've been.
Let me pause you for just
Oh,
one
yeah,
second
go ahead.
to say
I'm sorry.
how emotionally impactful that scene is in issue 2. It still hits me whenever I read it now, and that it feels like a magic trick. You know that I care for this.
It is a magic.
This you know, you think of what a character is in a book, and it's. I feel like writers don't have that much character whenever it's human beings talking to each other in most of the stuff that I read today. And this is a dinosaur,
Well,
and I'm feeling.
And it's not a domesticated animal. Like, I think it would be it's usually a low hanging fruit if you're a dog or you know, something that we interact with, not something that we're detached from by 70 million years.
Yeah, you know, but everything's primal. You know, Tom Roberts, the late great Tom Roberts, was a professor at the University of Connecticut. He used to invite me down to Storrs, Connecticut every year to talk to his class, and that's where I met, you know, longtime friends like Gene Cannonberg and Charles Hatfield and Kate Layton, and they were students of Tom's. And Tom would always blow my mind. I would have a new issue of Tyrant out, and he would say, "You're really worried about your kids, aren't you?" Like, Tom would read it, and he would see the autobiographical element that I didn't even consciously know I was putting in there. You know, at the time,
That's great.
my first marriage had fallen apart. I'm still best friends with my first wife, but we were dissolving this living unit, this family unit that we had. And my concern was, how are we going to take care of our daughter Maya, our son Danny? And it was all there on the page, and Tom read it. He saw it, right? And he would ask me very direct questions, and I was like, holy shit, you know, like, I thought I was doing a dinosaur comic, you know?
I really dig the perspective on this piece. Thank you, Palooks. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to jigger it, inspired by this, but not sure. I'm thinking I'm going to put webs underneath him, like he's climbing on a giant web, rather than a building. But we could do a building too. It's still not too late.
Even some of my favorite writers have never done to me what filmmakers like Nicolas Roeg or Sergio Leone did to me, you know, as I was seeing their films. And it is a magic trick because I put you in the mind of that Maiasaurus without you knowing you're in the mind of the Maiasaurus. And the whole magic trick hinged on not showing that card in my hand. A lot of my students didn't get this, but you guys will get it. If you've ever played poker, right, depending on what kind of poker you're playing, how you reveal the cards you have in your hand determines everything about how that game's going to go for you and everybody, right? And whether you're hiding a full house and you're going to put down the worst cards in your hand to keep everybody in the game, or you're going to show the best cards in your hand because you have a shitty hand and you don't want people to stay in. You want them to fold. Storytelling is a card game. And I saved the card until the mother says, and it's me putting you in the mother's head. It's not her telling you the story. She has berries. She has berries in her mouth, right? Because up to that point, you think I'm talking about the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex who has something in her mouth, an entire fucking living dinosaur that she's dragging through the woods.
Oh, that sucks. I have a feeling that I shouldn't be listening to this because I don't want to
And
listen.
she said, you know,
I don't want
I don't remember if it was the
to
son or
give the
daughter.
story away.
My child loves dinosaurs, and I read Tyrant aloud to them, and my eyes teared up when I got to that page, right? And she was writing me a letter thanking me, but also saying how surprised she was. She thought,
He's given up. I know his story, his comic is 30 plus years old, but I haven't read it yet.
It's kind of a cheap writer's trick that I'm misleading you until the moment when I play the card of, no, it's the mother. It's the victim we're talking about.
Shit. He just gave it up.
But the other aspect of that was something I got from Alan Moore. When Alan Moore and I were still good friends, I got to visit him in Northampton, England, I believe 3 times. And 2 of those stays, I got to actually stay at his home for a little bit. And one of the, I think the last time I visited Alan and Melinda, Michael T. Gilbert was a guest in the house as well. And he left like a day or 2 into my visit with Alan and Melinda. And Alan was excited when I told him that I was going to do Tyrant now. And it turned out I didn't do it next. It turned out, we were going to be doing 1963 first, which, by the way, was the financial bankroll that allowed me to do Tyrant. It was 1963. Thank you, Jim Valentino. Thank you, Image Comics. And when I was describing it to Alan, he got excited and he was pacing in the room. And he's like, how would a dinosaur think? Well, it would be me or not me, right? And Alan's like, he's smoking this giant spliff that he rolled up earlier that day of tobacco and hash. And he made me realize, like, yeah, I just got to find a way to gear the writing so that I'm talking to the reader as a third-person omniscient narrator. I'm a human being doing the comic, and I'm not going to pretend I'm not. But how do I get them plugged into that primal mindset? And Alan going me, not me, cut right to the core, right? Including where I was going to go with Tyrant, right? How does Tyrant know not to eat his sibling when they're in the nest? I had questions
say he
like
doesn't.
paleontologists that, the younger paleontologists who understood what I was trying to do and would talk to me on this level were surprised by my questions. I was like, how would a nest of baby Tyrannosaurus rexes even survive being in the nest together? I mean, they're altricial carnivores. Wouldn't they just eat each other? I was asking questions that.
Why didn't they? Did you get an answer? Now you got me wondering.
I had crazy questions like, what would be a legit way to tag a dinosaur character? And that's why Tyrant has those kind of lightning bolt, coloration around the eyes. I was going to tag each one of the siblings in the nest. One of them has lost the end of his tail because the sister ate the end of his tail. So that means, Jim, in silhouette, you would always know which dinosaur was Tyrant's brother later in the narrative, right? So I was thinking ahead on that level. The other model was I had grown up reading any fiction about dinosaurs that was available. And all of them drop the ball as soon as they name a dinosaur, right? Because those names are Latin. And your eye stops dead when you're reading an English language story and you hit a Latin word. There's a terrific book by Robert Backer. He did his own dinosaur novel called Raptor Red. But he names them the species. And much as I enjoyed the novel, I realized that the power of comics is I just showed you the animals. I didn't have to name the animals. And the only exception I made was, Egg Snatcher, because, I did give him kind of a name because that was his function in the narrative. He was going to raid the nest. So I had to set that into motion. So it was kind of a real, it was a real tightrope that I was walking when I was writing these issues. And I have to also, to complete my answer to you, Jim, sorry I go on so long, I wrote them on the pages. I did not do full scripts.
Oh, he does what I do.
With sketchbooks would write passages and work them out that way, but it all got written on the actual pages or tracing paper overlays, and that's where I would refine the language. And Rick Beach and Joe Kubert had taught me early on that in the lettering process, that's your last set of proofing. That's where you can tweak things.
Yeah,
and
that's what I do. My brain is braining. I'm not sure if I want to do a skyscraper or a web net. So my brain is braining. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh. It's hard to concentrate when you're doing a layout, when you're doing the design. It's hard for me to concentrate when people are speaking or music is playing. It's like I need to devote that part of my brain that listens to language, or I need to add that part of my brain to my thought process. So I think we're onto something here. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do a 3-point perspective thing. Let me grab something else.
know, Jim, from doing comics,
Be right
sometimes
back.
you write a word balloon where the artist in you just goes, that's too big a block in this panel. I'm going to edit this down, or I've got some breathing space here. I want to cover more exposition. I'm going to, I'm going to put 2 balloons in this panel instead of the one I originally planned. So that was part of the writing. And the other technical part of the writing is that whenever the narrative was about what was happening, it was not going to be in a caption inside a panel. If you really look at those pages, Jim, issues 1 through 4, it's all building up to the moment when Tyrant hatches, and there's a partial word balloon in his panel. Because I was going to have him, there's a Chester Brown series that I loved called Underwater, that everybody, including Chester, thought it was a horrible failure. I loved Underwater, and part of it was the language was indecipherable to human readers. And that's where I was going with Tyrant. Because Tyrant's thoughts would be these little chaotic fragments. They would be inside the panel space, but my voice as the omniscient third-person narrator would always be between or outside of panels. Does that make sense? So that's how the page designs would have to work around the writing. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox.
We
That's
just got taken
fantastic.
to school.
Yeah, for real. It's something that's, like I said, it's come up with several of the people that I talked to about
Something to think about,
It's a very satisfying.
you know, when you're making comics, is
Okay.
where
Yeah,
the
I mean,
balloons
part
go,
of it was, you know,
where the caption boxes go.
not doing what I saw.
That's a
others
very
do, and a big part of it
insightful
was,
choice to
the power of
make.
comics is we're visual storytelling, and a lot of times the failing in mainstream comics is the imbalance of the writing and the visual. And one of the power of doing a narrative about
You're
just
wrong.
animals is I don't have to name them. I'm showing them. And you, as a reader, will
I
correlate.
think I just
whatever
solved my problem.
with what you're looking at. I don't have to insert these Latin names, you know. It's not a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's that animal you're looking at, you know. It's not a Quetzalcoatlus. Oh my God, your eye would have stopped dead in issue 1 if I had put that lettered that name above the panel of
Very
the
true,
pterosaur
yeah.
soaring. You know, I'm showing you the pterosaur.
Thank you, Jesse, for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope all is well. I haven't seen you in a while. I'm jiggering some perspective on this drawing right now. I'm just it's kind of right in the middle of
Yes, exactly. And the
braining,
are sometimes more important than the
thinking.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to ask. There's a specific thing in the back matter. Is your not so happy critique on Jurassic Park going to be in the complete edition?
Oh yeah, all that stuff's going to be in the complete edition. I love Jurassic. I mean, I love all the Jurassic World movies. I forgive my plugging a different product, but it's a tie-in. I also have continued writing about the matter that used to be in the back of Tyrant. I continued writing for monster magazines and stuff. And
Weird that my laptop is not showing some of the chat.
Tyrant is going to be in this issue. And Jim, I haven't sprung this on you yet, but
Give me a
I
second.
found all my digital files and all the text features for
I
Tyrant.
can't
5
read
and 6
the
that are gonna be
I
in
can't
the
read
book.
the chat on my
And I
phone.
don't know if I should send them to you or not.
Yeah, I can't think of why not.
You might have a brain hemorrhage, right?
So Palooks is saying, I say building. I really dig the perspective on this piece. What are we listening to? We're listening to a podcast with Jim Rugg and Steve Bissett, the artist of Swamp Thing, who created an indie project called Tyrant. There's Miss Mayhem. We meet again. Daytona says he could be crawling along a ceiling. Yeah, something like that. And I want it to be like when you realize, you know, exactly where he is, you kind of get dizzy, like that last one of the last pieces I did, where you realize he's sorry, I'm thinking. It gets quiet. It's hard for me to explain what's going on when I need my brain. Yeah, that's what it is. I'll just tell you guys, I need my brain, so I can't talk for a while. I'm gonna need my brain for a while. Let's see. Okay. This could be a disaster. I could destroy this comic book right now. We're gonna find out. It's all about trying to find the shortcuts. So for me, the idea of having to draw out this 3-point perspective, it doesn't appeal to me. I don't like the idea. So I have these architectural grids that very often I use to just trace the perspective. It saves time, energy, and you can see the results immediately. But I'm going to need like a light box effect. Should I use the light box so you can see my light box, my big honker of a light box? Don't forget, vote for your favorite. Miss Mayhem, did you vote for your favorite yet? I made it, LOL. Miss Mayhem, which is your favorite this week? They're gonna have color sketches tomorrow, and Thursdays, and black and white sketches on Wednesdays. Um, 1 second. Ooh, down to 10%. Give me a second. Now I gotta plug in my damn phone. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys alone for about 5 minutes while my brain is braining. I did. Miss Mayhem chose number 1. And now we have a tie between number 1 and number 3. And I can't leave the stream until the tie is broken. So thanks for that. Let's see. Okay, looks like I'm caught up. Okay, so while I'm doing this, I'm going to do some Lightbox kind of stuff off camera. Tell all your friends about March Sketch Cover Madness. And I'll be right back. Here, you can listen to this podcast, which is cool.
No, that definitely needs to be a part of it. It's interesting the stuff that has come out as you're searching, and I bet as we continue to do some podcasts on Tyrant, this will come up more and more. That's a fantastic find. I'm sure that some of this stuff is a surprise to you. One of the pieces that you found recently, or that came back into your possession, I should say, the cover art for issue 5.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, and if we've got a moment, I'll share the story because I want to thank Murphy Anderson III. When Rick Beach and I were self-publishing in the mid-90s, coming off of the Project 1963 that we did with Alan Moore and Dave Gibbons and John Tollivan and Chester Brown and all our friends, to accomplish 1963 with Image Comics, where we wanted the comics to not just look and read, but actually physically feel like a comic from 1963. We worked with Murphy Anderson, who was very much alive at that time, the late great Murphy Anderson, who was a Silver Age cartoonist at EC Comics. And Murphy knew what colors they used at that time and what colors they didn't use at that time. He knew what production was working in 1963, the actual year 1963, so that when Rick and I thought of doing something in our comic, if it didn't fit what was possible in the year 1963, Murphy would tell us and we would change what we were doing to fit. All this is a way of saying that Murphy Anderson and his son, Murphy Anderson the third, were doing all the production on the covers and inside covers for Rick's and my self-published comics after we finished the Image series. So we would ship our original art to Murphy and Murphy in New Jersey, and they would take care of all the digital production because this was a new frontier that they were on, right? We were still working old school in our studios, but we were caught in this transitional period from the way analog comics have been done for decades. And suddenly digital production is coming to the fore, and Murphy and Murphy were among the rare few who made the massive investment into the cost of technology and the learning curves essential to making it possible to take my painted cover of Tyrant 2 and the inside cover paste up I sent him and the inside back cover paste up I sent him and the back cover ad that John Fishner provided, and put that together and send it to Prendy Print and Litho who were doing the interior guts of the book, because I could do all the paste ups for the black and white interior pages in my studio in Wilmington, Vermont, ship them FedEx to Prenny Print and Litho, but I didn't have the capability to prepare color separations and so on. That's what Murphy and Murphy did. So all that artwork got returned as we went issue by issue. I got back the originals from Murphy and Murphy on Tyrant 1, 2, and 3. I also started Spider Baby Comics toward the end, because that was going to help bankroll continuing work on Tyrant, and then the whole direct market imploded. What happened was I closed up shop. I stopped self-publishing with, I think I got out 2 issues of Spider Baby and 4 issues of Tyrant, and then I pulled the plug because once Diamond was the only game in town, it wasn't viable anymore to raise a family. I was supporting 2 households at the time. I couldn't do it. And for whatever reason, I lost contact with Murphy and Murphy in New Jersey, and never asked for the artwork back to Tyrant 4 and 5 covers, and the Spider Baby cover. And then by the year 2000, I realized I didn't know how to reach Murphy and Murphy. And it occurred to me, I should have got that stuff back, right? And I didn't know, if I found out that they had closed up their operation. Rick Veitch and I are close friends. We see each other often. Rick would check in now and again and say, well, it sounds like all the artwork is still in their garage, Long story short, out of the blue, Murphy III called Rick Veitch. His father had passed away years ago. Then their mother passed away, and the artwork was in limbo. And over a period of quite a number of years, perhaps as long as 15 to 20 years, Murphy III made sure that the artwork did not end up in an auction house. He made sure that the artwork was going to stay with him in the end, but he had to go through a number of legal hurdles for that to happen. And he called Rick Veitch out of the blue. And Rick, being a good friend, said to Murphy when they were done talking about getting Rick's art back, I think you still have some of Steve's art, Murphy. And Murphy was like, really? Oh my God, yeah, it must be in the box. And within 2 days, I was on the phone with Murphy III, and Murphy was opening the box as he was talking to me, and he's describing what he's seeing, and it's Gerhardt's painting of the cover of Tyrant number 4. He, old school coloring was you would take a photocopy or a photostat of the black and white line art I had done, and then the color was done over that. But Gerhardt wasn't doing a color guide. He was actually doing a full watercolor painting on the photocopy of the black and white artwork. Murphy had that. And not only that, he said, I got another one here. When he described it to me, I was like, oh my God, that's Mark Martin's colors on what was going to be the next cover. I was already sending the cover elements to Murphy and Murphy for Tyrant number 5. So the painting has come back for not just Tyrant number 4, but also Tyrant number 5. And I got in touch with Mark Martin. He was, totally on board on it appearing. Through a third party, I got in touch with Gerhardt, and Gerhardt gave his approval. So that's going to be in, I think, both editions, right, Jim? I mean, it's part of the whole, yeah.
Yeah, and you must have never seen sunlight, because those colors are so vibrant.
Oh, they are. They're
It's
so
a beautiful, beautiful piece.
It's also going to allow Mark Martin and I are going to get together. Well, by the time this was broadcast, we will have. Mark offered to. Murphy also returned the color overlay where we had hand painted the logo, which Mark Martin then did a digital version of. Now this was 1995. I mean, those digital files are long gone.
Yeah.
But Mark said if I brought the transparency down, he thought he could restore, the logo, because I designed the first logo. Mark improved it immeasurably. So once the scale pattern was inside the letters.
Well, it looks like I'm committing to a background on
He's
this.
just a master artist and graphic designer and cartoonist. So all of this is kind of, but there's things Jim asked for that I haven't been able to find, right? I had, at some point, I had saved a typewritten version of the letter I got from Joe Kubert, but I had not been able to find the actual piece of paper you know, I immediately got a message from Chris Stevens saying, Jim wants you to find the Kubert letter. And it's like, it's in one of these filing cabinets, you know. And I have been digging and digging and digging. All these stacks you see here is the result of my going through 40 years of work to find anything remotely related to Tyrant so I could scan it and get it to Chris, Jim, and Sean.
Let's everybody know exactly what is going into these books. You know, it's a very that stack of work behind you is quite a clear illustration of, you know, how serious you've taken this project and actually making a real archival collection of this work.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna.
Okay, I'll be right back. Gonna grab some NYC reference.
And I'm sure more will turn up, you know, in coming years as I put all this back.
Well, you know, the nice thing with that is it's a way to continue to keep people aware of the project. You know, even if those are digital updates. You know, if it's things that you're sharing on social media and stuff like that. It's interesting the time we live in for those reasons. You know, this work now can be preserved in various ways. So. You know, you keep finding stuff, Steve. There will be outlets for it. Don't worry.
This book series I started called Paleo Pop, which is just collecting my old fanzine, Monster Magazine, and fanzine articles that have to do with, you know, prehistoric fiction. Exactly the kind of material like that Jurassic Park review you asked me about, Dave. I can put together an issue of this that's like, here's what I found since 2 years ago when Jim and Chris and Sean and I put together this reprint. So
see, and between the two of you, I mean, Jim's a zine maker of the highest order too.
Exactly.
There could be the Tyrant update zine.
Hey, I hope
we just won't do another giant artist edition. I'm sorry.
I hope other people, other creators, you know, that have long careers, I hope they see this and see the example of like go through those archives. You know, I forget more of what I've done than what I remember most of the time. When I'm looking for something, I'm often surprised by, oh geez, I didn't even remember, you know, doing this or writing this or saving this.
Yeah.
So, you know, hopefully more creators will be kind of taking stock of what they've saved over the years and sharing it in some format or another.
Yeah. I didn't remember having the text features done for Tyrant 5. And years ago, my good friend Tim Paxton, who's the book designer on the Paleo Pop series and my Cryptid Cinema book series, Tim Paxton referred me to an outfit in the southern United States that you can send your old 3-inch floppies to, and they converted them to Word files for me. And I didn't even know what was on the floppies, but I found a box of them that said Tyrant. So I sent them that, and for $200, which was a deal as far as I was concerned, they rescued 5 years of digital filing, digital files of the writing I had done around Tyrant. And that included, I had started work on the artwork for Tyrant 5, but I finished all the backup material. I did a whole set of reviews of current dinosaur comics that were available at that time, like, you know, Bad Eggs and the Jurassic Park comics and stuff. So I'll get those files to you, Jim, and we'll figure out what, if anything, we're going to do with all that stuff. So, but yeah, it just keeps coming up. You know, they keep coming up.
And you know, testament to what Jim said. I mean, if you two and Steve, you know, with all the archive digging you've been doing, if that sets an example to other cartoonists of your era or you know, younger, it's the golden age just keeps providing more stuff for us. And I don't mean the comic golden age, I mean the current golden age.
Yeah, and I feel like to me, the complete edition of Tyrant will probably be, if I were still teaching, that would be a really useful instructional text to bring into a classroom, or to at least make sure it's in a university library for students who want to access it. Because as Jim said, it's going to show any interested reader the entire Genesis process, everything that went into this. Some of it will frustrate them because I deliberately didn't do it the old way of like, oh, I have photocopies of my pencils and here's my ink. Those pages are unique artifacts because everything was done on those pages. But that's also after, I mean, my first published comics was in 1977, and I was doing Tyrant, you know, in 94 to 96, 97. So it's, you know, it's that I had the professional chops by that time to be that ballsy of, I'm just going to work right on the Bristol board, you know. So
yes, it's impressive.
I wouldn't do it today.
for those of us who were thinking about backing it, there's also rumors of a blacklight poster. Jim, is that something you care to deny or say is true?
I think that's going to happen. Yeah. Everybody watching this will know whether it has or not, but you know, it's this time travel podcast that we're doing here.
Yeah.
A little bit ahead of time, but
Yeah,
emails have gone out for that as of yesterday. So I think that's probably going to be part of the campaign.
Yeah,
This is a nice building.
$250,000. So you guys,
That's right. That's right.
Great.
I also had prepared years ago Chuck Forsman, who was originally I met as a student at the Center for Cartoon Studies. He graduated. Chuck's been an amazing graphic novelist, cartoonist, and years ago I approached him about doing 2 Tyrant prints. And what we did is we took the Tyrant in Slumberland one pager that I had done for the Dream a Little Dream project that Chris Stevens did with contemporary cartoonists doing Little Nemo type strips. And Chuck colored it, and we did a gorgeous print. And then I also had a promotional piece of artwork of Tyrant that people hadn't seen before, where I had done a silhouette of the full body of Tyrant, composed of panels from the comic. And Chuck colored that digitally, and we did a limited edition print of that. I've done a new printing with Chuck of both those prints, and those are going to be purchased in the crowdfunding as well. Both those prints, and there's a number of other surprises we have in store. So
yeah, that piece of the silhouette with the panels inside of it is a huge, prominent piece of the design of the complete edition as well. It's a beautiful graphic.
I'm happy to hear that, Jim. That was one of those things I did one afternoon. Like, I gotta have some promo. This is like 1994. Like, what? You know, how am I going to promote Tyrant? And I did it without having any idea what I would ever use it for. And when I found it,
I'm not going to use this building. Too many features that reveal that I'm cheating on the perspective.
Yeah,
1 second.
I think once you see how it's being used, Steve, you'll think that's what you created it for.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm gonna guess, and I can take this off. I'm gonna guess it's the end pages.
It is not the end pages, Dave.
Okay, all right. Because I know you love your end pages. I mean, it's one of the things that you talk about the most.
End pages are really important. Part of why I wanted to work with you, Jim, is you make every print item that you create just such a delightful experience. And you know, I've grown up with a lot of print media, and the stuff you do is above and beyond. So,
I'm humbled, but I'm also feeling a little bit of pressure. So
no pressure. Whatever you're gonna do is like so much better than if I've been left to my own device. I mean, look at the layout in those 4 issues of Tyrant. I mean, come on. You know, I'm not a book designer. You know.
Well, Jim, that's one of your superpowers. Getting to know you after getting to watch you talk about books. One of your superpowers is to make people not only care about what a book looks like and feels like, but to subconsciously put it in the reader's head to think about it as you're looking at it. I never would have ever thought about end pages. Now, every time I open up an artist edition or something, I'm like, oh, that's really good end pages. Like, this makes me want to keep going real quick. You know,
and what you brought back, Jim, is an approach to bookmaking that is a grand tradition. I've still got, limited edition hardcovers of science fiction novels from the 50s where the end papers are Alex Schomburg paintings, and there's nothing else in the book by Alex Schomburg, but those end papers were one of their brand. That was what branded this line of science fiction novels as being a unique set of books. And they're gorgeous, and it's hard to find a copy that doesn't have like a library, pouch or something glued over it. And for a diehard collector, that's one of the goals. Like, how do I get a copy of that science fiction novel, Earthman on Venus, with the Schomburg end papers?
The search for reference continues.
You turn books into art objects in and of themselves, and that's just going to propel this whole project to a different level in my mind, and in my hand.
So, well, Besides the Tyrant Kickstarter, Steve, do you have anything coming up? And I know, Jim, you have so much coming up and anything that you want to, or you can mention.
Let's hear what Jim has, and then I'll talk to you about what I've got. So,
Okay, I wrote my first book. It is Wolverine Weapon X for Bloomsbury Academia. It'll be out either June or July this year. I'm not sure which, but it's looking at Barry Windsor Smith's Wolverine Origin Weapon X.
oh my God.
I'm super excited for that. It's the first thing that I've written, that's prose. So I can't wait for that to actually be out and for people to see
I can't wait either. Oh my God.
It's going to be awesome.
I joined Power Pulp Comics. PowerPulpComics.com. There are 40 self-publishers. We've all banded together. We have a website where you can look at all of our work. You can order it from one central site, so you save on shipping. We are also retailer friendly. We do wholesale discount to retailers of 50% off of an order. So retailers or readers, collectors, if you're looking for cool self-published books, this is the easiest place to get them. And it is a wide variety of genres and cartoonists and really good comics there. So powerpulpcomics.com. Comics the Magazine will be out in, I think, depending when this airs, I think in March maybe it's coming out.
March 17th.
And I'm thrilled to have an article in there. Steve, it's a history of fanzines and comic magazines.
Whoa,
So
wonderful.
I've been doing a little bit of homework on there, kind of a surface level dive, but I'm excited to have a new comics magazine on the stand.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thrilled to actually have something in that. And I've been making
Okay,
comics
still looking for reference.
and
I'll
my
be right
first,
back.
Issue has been announced. It'll be out. Well, by the time you see this, several of my issues will be out. But the first comic that I've written for someone else to draw is V-Friends number 11. That'll be out February 12th, so a little bit in the rearview mirror at this point. It's still available, and you'll be able to read that on VFriendsComics.com, VFriends.com/comics or VFriendsComics.com. I should figure that out, but you can read it for free online there. Google V-Friends and Jim Rugged. I'm sure you can find that. And you can find all of my self-published zines and comic books on JimRugg.com, and you can follow me on Instagram and Facebook at JimRuggArt. Oh, and I'm doing a weekly make.
Protein never tasted this good. Like, ever.
Your time matters. Your peace of mind does too. At Amica, we make protecting the life.
Making Comics Now, a live YouTube show that I've been doing through V-Friends with DJ Kaufman, my colleague there. We have artists come on and talk shop. We talk about the books that we're working on there and just kind of comics news in general. And we've had a litany of different guests come through there, and we're going to continue that hopefully for quite a while. So that's Thursdays at noon. We go live, but it's available in archive form, so you can watch it or listen to it at any point.
And links will be in the description below.
Thank you.
Wow, congratulations, Jim. That's amazing.
It keeps me busy.
Yeah, obviously. Wow. I've also been very, very busy. I'm not part of a publishing collective or anything. Part of me is envious of that. But I have been using print on demand. And despite all my misgivings about the largest distributor on planet Earth, I have been using Amazon Kindle and working with book designers, one of whom, Jim, you've been interfacing with, my friend Mark Mastel. And the other person I already mentioned, my friend Tim Paxton. I wanted to kind of prime the pump on Tyrant. So back in December of 2025, we put out the first volume of Tyrant Presents Paleo Pop. And the second volume just went through the pipeline. My proof copies are on the way. And these are collecting the dinosaur and prehistoric theme articles I had done for Tim Paxton's fanzine Monster, which I was in every issue of, except the very first issue. And these include reviews of dinosaur movies, overviews of TV shows. There's an interview with the German academic who did the book Dinomania. It was published by Fantagraphics. I interviewed him about Winsor McKay and, the whole beginning of 20th century
Birdie the
comic
dinosaur.
strips, prehistoric theme art. And that's going to continue as a book series throughout the year, and hopefully coming years if I last long enough. With Mark Mastel, I've been doing a series of sketchbooks. We've done 3 so far. This is the 3rd one, which came out in December of 2025. It's called In the Mood for Monsters. It's entirely monster sketches, but I also incorporated a long essay I'd written on why I draw monsters. And out of everything I've written about the crazy shit I'm into, it's the only thing that my beloved wife Marjorie read and went, now I get it. So the book is dedicated to Marge because it includes, what makes sense of my crazy universe. I've also been contributing anew to some of the omnibus editions that DC Comics is putting together in the coming year or two. Alex Gaylor is the editor I've been working with. I just delivered not 1 but 2 long essays on Jack Kirby's The Demon from 1972 to 74, one of my favorite, 1970s comics. I'm working on 4 more pieces for Alex right now for the upcoming Swamp Thing omnibus editions that they're doing, and I shouldn't say much about those until they announce them. I'm also still working with writer Nalo Hopkinson and fellow artist John Jennings on a graphic novel for Abrams. It's been long in the works, and everything got really derailed with the medical and personal ordeal that our family came through, but I'm back to the drawing board with that, and I'm hoping I'll find my footing. So that's on my shoulders to get that done. But that's a project I'm very much in love with and really hope to do.
Okay,
A
let's
lot
do.
of Blu-ray 4K work. More than I'll just fire up a few titles to the end of the podcast. I have contributed to recent releases of the 1960s monster movies Gorgo and Reptilicus, both through Vinegar Syndrome. I contributed to commentary tracks to the entire Alexander Batushko Russian fantasy film collection coming out from Deaf Crocodile. Wonderful heroic fantasy films that were made in Russia in the 1950s and early 60s. And those are in a box set called Alexander Batushko, Russian Fantastica. Tim Lucas and I have teamed up and done a lot of video bonus features for films like The Colossus of New York, not 1 but 2 of the infamous 1970s Ilsa movies.
This feels a little generic.
Ilsa, Tigress of Siberia, and Ilsa, the Wicked Warden.
This feels a little.
New commentary tracks for Dan Curtis Monsters and Dan Curtis Gothic from Kino Cult label. I provided
Uniform.
commentary tracks for The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde.
This one feels a little bit more.
The key role. And The Portrait
Either
of
of
Dorian
these,
Gray,
actually.
with the Hammer Films star Shane Bryant playing Dorian Gray.
I think this one would be good. Let's work with that.
More of that work that I won't rattle off more titles because that seems to be the most productive freelance career I'm in right now. So
That's amazing.
there you
That's
go.
impressive. You're both very busy, and I'd also just like to point out, in a testament to what we've all been saying, we are finally getting a Tyrant collection like this the same year that we're getting Rick Beach's Lost Swamp Thing. I mean, what a good time to be a comics fan.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Well said, Dave.
Well said.
So,
And I'll leave you with this, something I said to the 2 of you before we started. Every day I wake up and I try to think of what can I do today that's not going to hurt anybody, and particularly on a given day, what can I do creatively that's going to move something forward and not, deliberately or maliciously harm or injure anybody. And that's pretty much the philosophy that is getting me through these days. So I just want to share that with everyone before we get done.
and Jim,
It's a
anything,
nice
any last thing
philosophy.
from you?
I
or-
can't top that. Steve, you said it before we started recording. It's the first time I've heard you or anybody say that. And it's words I will be living by after this. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
And thank you both for your time and your hard work and for doing what you both do to keep comics a beautiful thing. So thanks, everybody. You'll find the links in the description below. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much to
Oh,
Jim
that
and
was
Steven
fast.
for their time, and a special thank you to Chris Stevens from Lighthouse Publishing for coming to me and asking me if I wanted to do this, and being a really great supporter of what I do here too. And he's somebody that has published a lot of books, edited. He's doing, I think, Lost Fantasy right now. He's somebody that is doing a lot of stuff in comics behind the scenes, and also you can see his name on several credits pages. So thanks to everybody involved and to my listener.
Okay.
Look, I put things on this channel that I would back myself. Every Kickstarter that I've talked about here, every guest that I've had, these are people who I happily give my money to for their work. And I ask you to support it as well. This is a book that not many people have access to anymore because it was just done in the single issue format. Now we have every version of it coming to us, and it's crowdfunded, so we know that the money's going to the right people in the right places. If you're new to my podcast, I'd ask you to consider subscribing on the platform you're listening to. It's available here on YouTube or Spotify or Apple or Amazon, all the places you get your podcasts. And if you like what you hear and see, give it a review on one of those platforms or drop a comment down below here on YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the like button and all that. I have a Patreon that helps support this channel, West Coast Avengers, my other channel. It's $5 a month, and you get tons of extra videos that are exclusive to the Patreon, not available anywhere else. Every 2 months, I do a drop where you get to buy. It's kind of like a live sale, except it's not live, and it's exclusive to the Patreon. I'm working on some things in the future, maybe some exclusive signed editions of certain things from creators that I'm friends with and that you've seen on the show. So thank you for listening. Go support the Kickstarter. There's a couple weeks left. And read more comics.
Oh, look, the Kickstarter's live. Oh, let's go check that out. It's not launched yet. Oh, I hate that. Nice drawing though. How we looking? We're getting there. I found a building that I want to try to work with. It's very simple. And
here at Planet Fitness, getting strong for the season's biggest games. Join now, and your first month is free. With the PF Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and unlock sensational recovery amenities like red light. Sticky V? Let's go.
Get the PF Black Card for $1 down, $24.99 a month, and get your first month free. No commit. Deal ends March 13th.
Planet Fitness, we're all strong on this planet, baby.
I won. Is the championship parade a company holiday?
I won. What's my postseason bonus?
I won. I need to take a sick day. I won. I'm gonna need to start an expense report.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI.
I won. Are girls covered on my dental plan?
okay, I need to focus. I think what we're gonna do is we're going to establish there we go. Okay. Still a cheat. It's still a cheat, but oh well. We could do this. We could do that. Yeah, that's a cheat. But a lot of figuring out today. A lot of architecture math that I'm actually, if I had just sat down and did the proper perspective, I might have. It might have taken me less time, but I just don't see this piece in my brain yet. Though it's some pieces I see them completed. I'm just kind of working with what I gave myself. people still have paper in offices. I don't even know anymore. But for the sake of this drawing, she's dropping her papers. And I'm imagining a cubicle near the window. Something like they have on, what's that show called? Shit. Some kind of corporate show. Investment? No. It's like such a huge show. Everybody loves it. These corporate drone type people. They go home and they have a different personality, and then they wake up and they have to plug in another personality or something like that. The Office, LOL. Yeah, The Office is like, this SOP, standard fare, but that's not the show I'm trying to think of. I think it's on Netflix. We tried to watch it. Ah. Severance, it's called. It's on Apple TV. We tried watching it, and it's like, dude, it's too close to reality. It's like, I don't want to escape. I don't want to escape my shit job by watching a show about a shit job. At least The Office was funny. I didn't get it. I don't get why people like it so much. But okay. Okay. I'm loving how this is coming along, says Paloops. Thanks. It took a while. That could be cricket in the window. We could put cricket in the window. There's plenty of room in the office. You gonna sell this once it's finished? Oh yeah, sure. Sure. Definitely. I would put it up for auction, but I want to nail down some of the blacks first, and then I'll put it up for auction. Um, and then you can watch me finish it. But this is turning into something I had no idea I was going to draw today, and so this is kind of fun. Once everything comes together, and you can nail down what the point of the drawing is, then it starts to get fun. Where's cricket? Cricket's on the tall side, so. But I don't want to put her too close to his face, so I'll have her in the bottom. Maybe she's at her computer. She's got her laptop. Okay. Awesome. Background totally changed this piece. Yeah, it's the pose itself. There's a lot of space around the pose, so it was talking to me. It was saying, "You can't leave this as just a pose. Sorry, you got to have an environment." So I try to obey when the drawing speaks. Paluk says that's exactly what I said, Miss Mayhem. Okay. I'm going to dump this. I'm going to remove this low tack tape. I'm going to erase the pencils. That's my guidelines. So I hope I don't need my guidelines after I've erased them. Let's find out. Let's have a look. We got to put my name on here somewhere. Don't forget, vote for your fave. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I will tally up um, the poll results at the end of the show. I'll add them to the tally I got from my Facebook and my Instagram and my other social media. And the winner goes to the semifinals. We'll do 8 rounds of black and white, 8 rounds of color. That will result in 2 groups of 4 in the semifinals. The winners of those 2 groups go against each other, and then we have a final winner. All right. I was going to have this guy drop his phone, his cell phone. Maybe he's not doing any work at all. He's just scrolling. No, I know what he's doing. He's on Whatnot buying art. I'm going to put a phone. It's not going to be able to squeeze it in. I'll try to get a phone in there. It'll be funny. I know a lot of you guys are supposed to be working right now. So this is to honor you all you guys out there who are working right now, buying on Whatnot. Yeah, that's not gonna be clear enough. Shit. I'll do that. I'll rejigger the reflection. This is for all you guys on Whatnot and gals who should be working right now, but instead you're on Whatnot scrolling through the comics. Is it worth it to book a room for old school comic show? That's a good question. Um, it's a good question because I'm not really sure. Is it worth it to book a room for old school comic show? Like a hotel room. Well, I think this is the first year they're having the I think it's Friday evening, right? So I don't think anyone's ever done that. So I think this is all uncharted territory. But is the show itself worth going to? Definitely, especially if you're a comic book fan, a comic book reader, and or a comic book art fan, because there's a lot of all of the dealers are comic book dealers. You're not going to find any like Funko Pops or Lego creatures and stuff like that. It's all comics all the time. Um, so if that's something you're into, I think you will have a good time. Now, I don't know the answer to the Friday night thing because it's all fresh and new. But you got a little bit of a drive, right? Daytona? For me, it's about an hour and a half. So for you, you're probably 2+, I imagine. Last year I left around 3:30 a.m. 2.5 hours. Yeah, that makes sense. So if you could still manage that kind of schedule, I do that a lot too. I don't know. I like to leave early in the mornings for things, just to avoid traffic and a-holes and things like that. So if you can still manage a 3:30 wake up call and jump in your car and do a Saturday, that's a safe bet for sure. If you want to check out the Friday, I encourage you to check it out. Jason for years has said I'm not doing a multi-day show, so somebody somewhere convinced him to do a second day, and knowing him, he probably wants that extra day to be something special. So I'm not quite sure if he has anything specific planned, but it might be worth your while to go that extra Friday. I'm staying over for the first time. I used to just pop in, pop out. I'd get up early like you did, 5:30 ish. Car's already packed up. jump in the car and just head up to New Hampshire. So this is my first year staying over. I hope you got me a nice hotel. The good news is if I don't like the hotel, I can just jump in my car and haul ass back home. In line at 7 a.m., first in the door. You are ready to go. You're not kidding around. You're on a mission. You're a man on a mission. That's what it's all about, dude. I hear you. You know what? I don't want to get too heavy with my blacks because I want the blacks to stay on this guy. That's my girl back there. I guess you can't make a living helping deliver ghosts to whatever land is beyond this one. She's got a day job. She's a bit player on Severance. And of course, we've got the Northeast Comic Con, which is not this weekend, but next weekend. And I recently got a text from a guy who has a convention right here in Danvers, Massachusetts. So we'll see what happens. See if we can get in there. That's convenient. That would be very convenient for me. It started with this for inspiration, develops into this. It's a cool exercise. I encourage everybody to try it. Turn a piece of reference into something unique. All right, I booked a room. I had everything signed by Steranko by 10 a.m. Good job. Avoid that line. And then it's just, I imagine it's just kind of cruising after you get your SIGs right. After you've done that line thing, it's just cruising. Hopefully I can get ASM 361 and 365 signed witness that night. I hope you do, man. That'd be sick, says Palooks. The CDC line was crazy last year, I bet. Anybody got their Nectar comic book today? I was on 2 streams today, and they both said that Nectar was sold out. one guy, Riverbend Comics, he sold out while I was watching the show. Like he had a stack of them. People were claiming them. Anybody know what the story is with Nectar? Excuse me. Why would a book that's called Nectar be so hot? Anyway, is there the creator involved? Most Excellent had a ton. Mason said he didn't order them, but distribution forced him to take them. Oh, really? There's been a crazy spec market since Dork came out a few weeks ago. Yeah, Dork, I guess, the artist of I Hate Fairyland, he's the creator of Dork, right? So I can see like a certain level of interest because he's got a fan base. But all this other stuff, there's another book they're saying called White Skies. I'm learning all this like within the last 24 hours. It's another Image comic called White Skies, which is selling out. I think there's a White Skies variant. I think it's White Skies is the series, but they have a variant. It's like a painted cover. Looks like a skull, I guess, and that's already going for a couple $100. Well, come on, what's going on, folks? Let me in on some of this. I'm surprised there's not any. Well, let's put it this way: I haven't heard any speculation on like things like Skin Breaker, the Finch Kirkman thing, but maybe I just not hanging out with the right crowd, maybe. But I would have thought that would have been something that people would be going bananas for. But I haven't heard a lot. I bought a bunch of comics yesterday in a flat rate box, and I think I hurt myself. I overpaid for it. It had two David Finch, what I thought were variant covers for Skinbreaker, and I'm like, yeah, let's buy those. Maybe that's issue 1 or 2, and I'll read it and see what the deal is. See if it's worth my time. I've been curious about it, so I had the sound down. I was eating dinner at the time when I bought them, and I have since learned that those variants that I thought I was buying are just prints. I'm like, fuck, I screwed myself over. So don't buy something online, kids, unless you know exactly what it is. That's our lesson for the day. Helps to be educated. I didn't sleep on Nectar, says Daytona, buying the 1 in 10 cover for cover price. Nice job. Miss Mayhem said, same with White Sky. That's sold out. I got my hands on one, but I have no idea what the hype is all about. That meaning you've read it and don't think it's that great, Miss Mayhem? But hang on to that bad boy. Double bag and board it and hide it in a safe until next week. I'm going for the White Sky second print because the girl with the shotgun is really well drawn. Today's Marvel Team Up is selling out quick. I have an order in for 5 copies of the sketch cover variant of Marvel Team Up because I'm planning on drawing some shit on them. I got the first print White Sky from a seller that gave me a break on it. I haven't opened it. So you're just buying it to resell. Okay. You should read it though and let us know how it goes. If it's worth our time. Here's something I read the other day. Speaking of speculation, I read volume 2 of this. This is hilarious. This is borderline Batman 66. There's a scene in here. I don't know if you want to talk about it, we'll talk about it, but I don't want to spoil anything. But there's a scene in here where I was laughing. The book is well drawn, says Daytona. Daytona, Dum Dum Batman. Yeah, he's a punk. No, I'm going to read it. I don't resell. Okay. You just haven't gotten to it yet. Pelux says skull to Daytona. This book was funny as shit. I guess Robin is coming up too. I think Robin, I have a theory. Let me show you. Where's my volume 1? Aha. I just take this stuff out from the library. But there's a scene, where's in the first issue? Here we go. Tonight, this is your city. Whack. No fear. Whack. No weakness. Whack, whack. Very Daredevil Born Again, right? Tonight, you are and you're reading it. It's early in the series. It's early in the first issue. So you're thinking this guy's Bruce Wayne. And he goes, I think it's my turn. And you turn the page and there's giant Bruce Wayne, this freaking Hulk. I think this is Dick Grayson, though, right? Has anybody already said that? I think this is Dick Grayson because there's scenes later in the series where Dick Grayson, he's an EMT and he's like F Batman. And he's not impressed with Batman, and I like that. I think that's awesome. Oh, Dick Grayson is my favorite DC character. So Dick was an EMT. Watch your muted words there. You can't even say a guy's name anymore. You get muted. Paluk's not happy that Daytona said Dum Dum Batman, LOL. Daytona's Poison Ivy is scary. I thought Joker was scary, not anymore. You thought Absolute Joker was scary or just regular Joker was scary, and now that you've seen the Absolute, you're not scary. You don't think he's scary anymore? You can't say Dick. D. Grayson is the GOAT. Thank you. Absolute Joker, he was scary because he's the guy who doesn't laugh, right? Who finances all of these guys, Bane and the what do you call the Black Spider guy, Roman Sionis. Yeah, so I saw a picture. I guess there's an upcoming cover, and there's a huge R on the wall. So I'm looking forward to seeing Robin, Absolute Robin. That should be fun, or whatever they call Robin. In it might not call him Robin in the Absolute universe, right? Doesn't have to be. But yeah, this Batman, he's not the guy who trained with Henri Ducard and all these detectives and shit like that. Not at all. He's just a punk kid. We talked about that last week. Intelligent people are very, very difficult to write because you have to be intelligent yourself if you're the writer. I found Venom scary with Carnage, turning it up a few notches. Batman Smash. Batman Smash or Batman runs over you with one of those chunnel makers. Those big construction trucks. It's hardcore, man. Hardcore destruction. Property damage. I'm trying to think the last time thought Venom was scary. It was probably the very first issue where he returned, and I think he showed up at Aunt May's doorstep or something like that. I thought that was a cool scene, and that was the last time I thought Venom was kind of scary because he didn't register on Peter's spider sense, and he knew everything about Peter and his family and his loved ones. So that's a scary situation right there. I find most people draw Venom. He's not threatening. For me, I don't think the tongue is threatening. So everybody loves the tongue, but don't forget to vote today for your favorite sketch. Today's winner moves on to the semifinals. It looks like we've broken our tie. Number 3 in the lead. Number 1 right behind him, just a single vote away from first place. We finally got a vote for Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom thanks you. Dr. Doom got quite the love on my Facebook and my Instagram. Daytona said I read Lethal Protector last weekend. Not scary anymore. Barely anti-hero. Yeah, I I was I read Lethal Protector Tooth and Claw. Along Came a Spider last weekend. Oh, my condolences. I think Michelini wrote the first miniseries, but then Larry Hama came in. I know he wrote both of the ones that I worked on. Larry didn't. I don't think Larry wrote Venom very threatening. And I know I've spoken to Michelini about it. He didn't think, although he understood, the need to expand Venom because he was so popular a character. He always wanted Venom to be like a spice character, like somebody that didn't show up, or would never have his own comic book, but he would only show up at like crucial times when Peter Parker was vulnerable or something like that. He didn't want to use him a lot. He wanted to make Venom a special event. But of course, you create something that popular, people want more. It's all about the money talking, man. So that's why he cooperated and wrote the first Lethal Protector miniseries. I don't think he wrote anything other than that, but I could be wrong about that. He might have written a few more miniseries. So he gave Venom this kind of code, which, when applied, could, certain circumstances, he could be the good guy, someone who was had a certain code that he followed and um, could be predictable, or at least under certain circumstances, when you apply the code, he could be an ally. Whereas Carnage was meant to be the opposite. He's just anything goes, pure chaos, unreliable, and extremely dangerous kind of guy. Daytona said, we saw Psycho this weekend, the Alfred Hitchcock movie. I probably saw it half a dozen times total, but for some reason didn't remember the ending. I didn't remember anything after the shower scene. I remember Martin Balsam's scene where he falls backwards down the stairs and it's rear projected. I thought that was a cool effect. But I didn't remember anything about besides Martin Balsam, I didn't remember anything about what happened after the shower scene, and found that interesting. It's like the whole movie was designed for the shower scene, and then there's nothing else to compete. It was an interesting experience. Oh my God, it's 3:45. Holy cow. This is about, it's probably about an hour away from being done, but I'll do I'll do an auction. Let's see. Excuse me. I've been up since 2:00. I'll call this Spider-Man office. So yeah, 150 single figure, $100 for background, 250. Not 2,509. Let's see. Here we go. Ready? 12 to 15. Yeah, it's 12 ounces. I usually like to crack a pound with original art, just to make sure it gets sent priority mail. There we go. Spider-Man office. Here we go. Start auction. 1 minute. Bling. And of course, I will finish it here live on the show. And you can say, hey, everybody, this is my piece. And next year at this time, it will be in March Madness. Daytona's got a couple of pieces in the March Madness. I should stop calling it March Madness because it's going to run into early May when it's all finished. The finals are actually scheduled for early May. So I should stop calling it March Madness and call it Sketch Cover Madness. We also rented Yellow Submarine, the animated Beatles cartoon. And Sonia couldn't get through that one. She's she started going on her phone, and I'm like, all right, I get it. You don't want to watch this. So we shut it off, watch something else. That's the kiss of death, I bet, nowadays, right? people start going on their phones instead of watching a show. It means you're done. If no one bids, can you put it as buy it now instead? Sure, sure, sure. Is one the Venom versus Chuck Norris? No. No. I actually forgot about Venom Chuck Norris, but that's what I would call a remark, so it's not an original sketch. So I probably wouldn't have put that in, even if I had remembered Chuck Norris. You have what's his name? The G.I. Joe guy with the Timberwolf snake eyes, and you have a venomized Spider Ham, and then there's your big win at Mental Metal, where you got a figure of War Machine. War Machine was good. War Machine came out well. It'll be in well, they'll all be in one of the rounds. Oh, Spider Ham came out good too, and so did Snake Eyes. So they're all in. Randomly selected. I don't think they're in the same round together, but I don't honestly know that. All I know is I randomly chose the group of four. There's no thought really behind it. There were, I picked out 8 pieces that I thought would be like the number one seed. Like I didn't want 8 of my favorite pieces to go against each other. So that's about all I did. And then the rest I just randomly placed. And even my one seeds are randomly placed. And then I had like a 2 seed. But there's some serious contests. I thought this was quite a contest too. I mean, on Facebook, it's pretty tight. It's pretty tight here too, at least between these two. There's only one vote between them, but on Facebook, it's like 4-way tight. Like anybody could win. But I stopped counting Facebook before I came on here, so I have my final Facebook tally, and I'll add that to whoever wins today here on Whatnot. And then tomorrow, Thursday, noon, we'll have the color, round 1 color. Lovely textures. Luke says, better yet, I'll wait until tomorrow if you're still working on it. Spider-Man, Long Way Home. This should be interesting. Daytona said yes. All three should win. Your three-way tie for first. The fuck is that? Did I say that out loud? That's just me wondering what the hell I was drawing there. Anything else that they're speculating on out there? I gotta get my comics out there so you guys can speculate on my stuff. I'm trying to think of what else. Well, it seems like Absolute Wonder Woman is picking up steam. I read Absolute Flash. It's actually pretty slow. I'm glad to see the Rogues, Captain Cold and Captain Boomerang. They're silly, but they're cool. The Trickster is extra wild. If you put it for buy it now, I'll take it. Okay. Murder Drones. That's another one. Yeah, Murder Drones. Like the people who ask for Murder Drones, the streams that I bet on, they don't have any. Narco, that's another one. That's about a kid that apparently he falls asleep. He's got narcolepsy. Let's put Spidey in the office up for Palooks. Okay, let's check it out. Let's see. Yeah, right at the top of the buy it now. 000 Spider-Man office is available. It worked out well. If you haven't voted yet, this is round 1 of March Sketch Cover Madness. Jump on your favorite in the poll. Jump on them. Let's see. Alrighty. Mm, mm, mm. Thanks, Palooks. Appreciate it, buddy. Palooks in the house. Palooks, which sketch did you vote on in the poll? Or do you want to keep that secret? I voted for number 3. Good choice. Good choice. You can't lose. There are no bad choices this week. Let's see how we do next week. That drawing with Spider-Man with 3 eyes didn't go so well after all. No, I picked the good stuff. There were quite a few jam pieces too, just heads with like webs and stuff. I kind of bounced those. I did include jam pieces that were finished. Because some of those came out really good. I'm a big Spidey fan. Can't let my boy down. LOL. I know that feeling. I know that feeling. And you're not alone. Spidey's definitely my biggest request that shows. He's all over the place nowadays. Little too much light on that butt. I want your eye to come down in here. So when I find myself drifting up to his rear end, it's time to knock that back a little bit. Look at my webby bum. Look at it. Look at it. You love my bum. My spider bum. Look at it. Where did I get that? I stole that from something. Is that a Mike Myers gag? Look at my spider bum. No, don't look at it. Don't look. Don't touch it. Plus, I mean, come on, you're killing it on this piece. That isn't America's best butt. It is for me. It's not done yet. The butt's not done. Take a pill. We just can't have more light on his butt than on his head. Is that a Mike Myers routine? Don't look. Don't touch. No, don't even look at it. The butt's coming back, but not a lot of it. Don't forget, if you're fresh to the stream, you have to vote for your favorite sketch cover today. Bling! Venom versus Heroes. Venom ripping the shit out of Spidey's costume. Spidey swinging, and the Doctor. We don't want to put any blacks on any of the objects behind the glass, even though Cricket's shirt is black, even though these people's hair may be black. Because they're behind the glass, we will not add any blacks. Cool. Okay, so we've got a little highlight there. I'm gonna highlight here. Which needs to get cleaned up. Almost there. We also watched the television adaptation of Sweet Tooth over the weekend. That was interesting. Better than I thought, but I'm getting a little tired of the post-apocalyptic tropes. I used to do this a lot when I lived in New York City. I'd work at places, you know, high-rise office buildings and stuff like that. Like when I was at MTV, they were on just north of Times Square, like somewhere on 48th Street and Broadway, and so we would get these, you know, Spider-Man worthy views outside the studio windows and stuff. So I would take a lot of photos and for reference, and my brain would be, how does this guy navigate this area? You know, if is he spinning a web here, or is he crawling on the building here? And so I would try to work the logistics out of of a Spider-Man web swinging trip. There's some areas in New York that are still quite low to the ground, you know, 3-story buildings and stuff like that. So, you know, the idea that he's always high up in the air is not credible. It's more likely that he's closer to the street. That's been my observation, at least. It's more likely he's closer to the street the majority of the time. He's web swinging and stuff. He's probably doing a lot of parkour style uh, leaping from one building to the other, and a lot of like jogging on the go kind of. That's how I imagine it. And then when you get a nice run of skyscrapers, then you can kind of open up the web shooters and really go crazy. Pick up speed. That'd be fun. It's just a matter of time. Have you guys seen the jetpacks that people are inventing now? Those look badass. This is coming together, isn't it? Look at, what do you know about that? You can see his reflection underneath on the glass. Everybody behind the glass is very limited line work, very short line work, and no blacks. cool. Nice. So here's a sneak peek of next year's sketch cover madness, but not this year's. What do you think, Palooks? Did I miss anything? Have you ever done a piece you didn't want to let go? Sure. But yes, most of my new Zodiacs pages I don't want to let go. Excuse me. I like it. I wouldn't want to sell anything, LOL. I have stuff I did when I was a kid that I can't bring myself to part with. Maybe I could sell it. I doubt it. There are drawings that I did when I was young, but they're actually comics, full comics. I'll show you. Hold on, let me grab a couple. I know you're talking about like drawings that I like so much that I can't part with them, but this is kind of like that. This is something I did when I was 10 years old. I have my own comic book company that I published. I drew my own comic books, and so here's my team. They're like my Avengers, the Super Dupers, and this is their origin. This particular comic has the origins of all the members of the team. So there's an ant. His name is Stupor Ant. Like you drunk yourself into a stupor. I didn't know what stupor meant. I think I saw the word in a comic book somewhere. So I call him Stupor Ant. And so Stupor Ant can grow to like 5 times his size, but he's still an ant. Whatever. And this is Kung Fu Bear. He's a bear. This predates Kung Fu Panda. Here's Super Bear, Black Bear, and here's Duper Dog. I guess I got tired of the word super, or was creating my own name, my own word that meant super, and his name is Duper Dog. And that's Bat Boy, and that's Jaws. Jaws is he's half dog, half shark, and he's Bat Boy's Bat Boy's partner. So I can't bear to throw this stuff out. I think it's creative inspiration for me. So I've got about a 60 comics this size and like another 40 larger size. So I can't bear to part with them. And here's me as a teenager who's inspired by X-Men and how they retrofit everything, and the new Teen Titans, how they use the characters' histories and make them into something cool. So here's me 4 to 6 years later, and I'm reinventing the Super Dupers for the modern age. Aid said, Palooks, this is yours. And Palooks says, yep. Palooks says, dude, that's so cool. Agreed. Palooks says, awesome that you held on to it. Fizzy Woo joined. Fizzy Woo, vote for your favorite sketch. Palooks says, I wouldn't part with it. No way. Palooks says, that's freaking cool. Talented at such a young age. I'll show you one of the things I have framed on my wall. Let me see if I can take it down easy. A little dusty. One day when I was 10, I had already drawn comics and stuff like that. But one day when I was 10, I sat down at our living room coffee table and I had 2 pieces of paper. And I said, I'm going to start my own comic book company. And so I started on the top left and I worked my way down and then decided to move that drawing over into a second piece of paper. And I created a whole line of comics such as Super Goof, Bracula instead of Dracula, Super Clown, Fruit Family. Fruits, they're so easy to draw. Duper Dog, there's our boy Duper Dog. He had his own series and he was a member of the Super Dupers. Here are the Super Dupers that I just showed you. And so while I'm drawing Speedster, here's a guy who ran around in a drag race. I didn't know the physics of how to negotiate roads and stuff with a drag racer, but that's not important. He had his own book, Speedster. And then and as I'm working my way down, I got this guy tucked in and I'm like, who is this? There's something here. So I grab a third piece of paper and that's Jaws. He's the guy who's half dog, half shark. And so, I remember this day, and I remember the absolute fearless artist who sat at the table and just belted out all these characters just in one sitting. And so I try to put myself in that space every day, especially on bad days. I try to look at this and get inspired by it. Pretty fun, right? Hang this back up. Here's another little something I've got on my wall. Also dusty. We gotta dust that wall off. This is a pitch. Well, it's a drawing. I kind of slipped down the frame a little bit. I just noticed. But this is a pitch for an educational series, young adults, I suppose, but also for adults who want to know about the law. So I wrote a graphic novel and started penciling a graphic novel about Justice, the goddess who comes to Earth in the form of a teenage girl. And she's a practicing lawyer in the town of Cog City. And so the whole graphic novel that I wrote was about a legal case and basically about the legal system. So it walks you through a typical case in the American, at least the New York State legal system. And I can't get anybody to look at it. I show it to agents and they're like, we don't know how to pitch this, if it's young adult or if it's educational or if it's legal and I'm like, who gives a shit? It's something different. Pitch it. But I can't find a rep for it. So I have a feeling I might be doing this on my own. And that's on my wall too. Something to inspire me. And I couldn't sell that drawing right now. I could sell this one. It's sold. Sold to Palooks. Any other questions before I blow out? I'm thinking of blowing out. It's 4:30. And we'll see you guys at noon tomorrow for sure. Thursdays at noon. Talented at such a young age. Badass. Jaws looks cool as heck. I love Jaws. And Jaws has been... Here's another pitch I have. Here's another pitch I have for a young reader's book. And there's our boy right there. So I've never forgotten him. I think he's probably my greatest creation. But we'll find out when I'm dead. Or she, right? It could be a she. No, it's probably a boy. Love the designs, says Palooks. I'd read it. Mind if I get a screen grab? Nope. Get your screen grab. Extra, extra. I think that'd be super popular right now with the kiddos. I do too. And the weird thing is, while I was writing if you're talking about the Justice story, while I was writing the Justice story and trying to get it off the ground, and hear all these stories about these teenage lawyers. They're graduating law school and they're still teenagers. And there's another group of teenagers who are suing the government for not protecting them against climate change and stuff like that. So there's all these kind of activist type teenage people getting involved with the law, which was weird how it was all happening at the same time as I was writing this. So, I don't know. I don't have enough time in the day. That's already been established, but I gotta get up. I'm in. I have so much stuff that I want to do that sometimes it's intimidating, and I just do nothing. Sometimes I just watch 6 episodes of Sweet Tooth instead of doing my own work. I don't know. Thanks again, man. No worries. This is cool. Any other questions? Cool. So I'm gonna close up shop. I'm gonna do the final tally on the first round of sketch cover madness. Here we go. This is exciting. Where's my drum roll? Do I have a drum roll? Here's a drum roll. Okay. Screen grab. Click. Wow, there it is. Tied for third place. 14%. And 14%. Venom and Doom. In second place with 4 votes, 29% of the vote. I know, right? Is Venom with Defeated Heroes. And the winner by a clear margin, by 2, is number 3, Spider-Man, 43%, 6 votes. Okay, now I'm going to add these votes to the Facebook tally and the Instagram tally. Here we go. So Instagram tally is +3 for number 1, +2 for number 2, +2 for number 3, and +2 for number 4. Facebook. I have 2 Facebook pages, so we got Facebook has 1 vote for each one. That's what I'm talking about, how even it was on my Facebook feed. On Facebook, we've got 6 votes for number 1. We've got 3 votes for number 2. We've got 5 votes for number 3. And we've got 11 votes for number 4. So the total is 8 and 6, 14. 2, 2, 4, 5 is 8. 6 and 2 is 8, 9, 14. It's a tie. Again, another tie. And here we have 2, 4, 5, and 11 is 16. The winner is actually number 4, Dr. Doom. That's weird. That's weird. I know. 2 plus 2 is 4. Plus 1 is 5. Plus 11 is 16. The winner is number 4. Fascinating, as Mr. Spock says. So, Dr. Doom goes to the semifinals. Tight race between these two. This guy, the clear distant distant runner, but I love the energy on that one. That one's really ripping shit up. So Dr. Doom is our first winner, first round. And then if you check out my social media, Instagram, Blue Sky, Facebook, YouTube, you will find a preview for tomorrow. It's the color round one. Okay, that was fun. I didn't expect Dr. Doom to win, but there he is. Oh, nice. Gonna go check. Thanks again, man. No worries. Thank you. See you guys tomorrow, Thursday at noon Eastern. Good time today. Bye.